Yo, good morning, man. Good morning, good morning. Oops. How did everyone do today? Yesterday? Was what I posted in the morning actionable? I got some DMs saying that it was, but hopefully you guys still found it useful without me being there. Looked pretty good when I was doing my review this morning. Looks like our levels are still holding pretty well. Oops. This chart's been so glitchy. But yeah, this looks pretty good, right? Like, this is what we had set up. We talked about how failure to break over this 92, right? You just have a failure to break and hold the high of this node, and you'll get that oscillation back down to the lows of this node, which is what we see. And then you see basically an acceptance on the downside, right? I should probably just go back. Thursday. It's like right here. Okay, well that was... Clearly I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so this is what we had drawn. We had this giant node, and then we had this gap where we could expect some movement, and then we had this node below us. So we basically just expected us to oscillate between these two until we found acceptance above or acceptance below. There wasn't really much else to talk about with the lack of structure. Put this on like 3 times. Hopefully. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, it's the opposite of 3 times. Do that push below off the failure, and then acceptance at the lower edge of the node. That leads to a market in motion, right? Pushes back down to our previous auction. We get our bounce at that 46 pivot, get a push back up to the high of this node, right? Now we're filling out this poor structure in between these two. We then see price try to build at the upper edge. So we're now holding the upper edge of this. This is buyer acceptance at a higher low. And now you're looking for a push back up over ORL here, right? So it needs to get back over this node.
Open imbalance.
But buyers are trying.
Billion to the sell side today. So again, market on open imbalance. 4.9 billion to sell.
So you really need to see that push back over that 74, 77 for this to like get any sort of legs on it. That was basically the idea yesterday, is that we were just oscillating between these two. You saw the higher low acceptance. You get the push back up to the mid of the node. You're now getting that test of that 77. You need to see that to hold, and then you get a push, and then retest the highs back up to the original seller offer. Hopefully you guys like followed this, and that like you're starting to really get these like node oscillations and understand like price is just magnetic towards these areas. And then we'll just get that push right back up. And now we are at our supply that I've kind of labeled out for today. And, you know. Okay, let's go to live. I'm looking at NQ 820 and ES 780 as the key pivot points for the day. Am I right on track? I think, well, it depends on what you mean. So 80 for upside is a good pivot. For downside, I think this push below 62, I think like probably 80 and 62 are going to be your pivots, right? Because this is your current range that we're trading within, this box right here. And we can just highlight that by drawing this out. And what's basically has happened is that these two nodes that I drew yesterday have transformed into a larger singular node, right? And so now you have this structure that's kind of like this. And so we need to either show like a very strong acceptance below this or a really strong acceptance above this. And until then, you just kind of have this, you kind of just have this chop in between this range, right? So until we can really break above or below these areas, we kind of have our range on the day already like made for us by just showing that these two nodes that we were playing off of yesterday have now transformed right into a singular area of balance. So yeah, I think your 80 is probably pretty good for the upside pivot, for at least a retest back up to 88 to 92, that being supply. And we need to see a push below this 62, 64 area, and then like that hold as our resistance for a push down. Or we'll just continue to kind of like oscillate between these two areas. Just to really hit it home. Oops. Yeah. It's green box, red box, that's your range. And for NQ, sorry, I know that's what you were actually asking about, but I do my levels based off of ES, and then I work with NQ structure afterwards. Here we go. For NQ, we have a pretty similar situation where we also had these two nodes that we talked about. And let me delete everything, hide drawings. So we have these two nodes. Going to zoom out a bit, let these load. And you can see very clearly, even on our indicator, we have a buyer below off of this node, and we have a seller above at this node. And so we're just going to be continuing to oscillate into this range until we see acceptance below or above. It's pretty, you've got supply and you've got demand here that are untested. And we can also see our POC that's shifted down. This is where our current seller is at the highs. We need to see that become supportive at this 830. And we have a buyer who is positioned at this 3750. So like if this guy becomes offsides, then we'll look for a continuation down and probably a push down.
So in 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, get the US S&P December flash PMI data. So the manufacturing PMI flash, the forecast 49.5 on the prior 49.4, with a range of 50.2 to 49.
So the way
services PMI flash, forecast 50.7, prior 50.8, with a range of 51.2 to 50.3. Composite PMI flash, forecast 50.5 on the prior 50.7.
So we need to push over this 30 for me to have any sort of like upside bias, and then hold that. You're looking for this to kind of be our resistance, and then push back down into these lows over and over again until we see a push above and then a hold. There's really not much there. We understand that we've been seeing a buyer present here, and so as long as this like 57 is holding, great. And then we have a secondary buyer here at this 71 to 80. So we're looking for higher lows off of this, but really that's all. So when we get looks below, we look for a recovery of this level for push back up. This blue box I have drawn. But there's really not much here until we break over this guy, which hopefully we do now. That'd be nice. But really, I haven't changed much from the levels that I gave yesterday. I think that they're pretty valid. We'll have to see how we react here on ES. I haven't really played around with it much, Ty. I'll look at it today. I just did like initial dev work on it, and then I really haven't had time. What settings have you been liking? Excuse me. Jeez. Other than the 1 day, I think it's supposed to be used for intraday, so that would make sense. Morning, Tom.
So in 5 minutes time now, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, we get the US S&P PMI flash data for December. Manufacturing PMI flash, forecast 49.5 on the prior 49.4, with a range of 50.2 to 49.
Do you
Once again,
change
the
any
services
settings?
PMI flash, forecast 50.7 on the prior 50.8, with a range of 51.2 to 50.3. Composite PMI flash, forecast 50.5 on the prior 50.7.
For me personally, I think there's just too much going on. Like, I'd want everything pushed over to the right. but it looks solid, like information wise. Oh, that's not the wrong thing I wanted to. Morning, Sauce. So we have to kind of consider this 830 level supply until we can push above. We need to see like acceptance above, and then we can get into this 60. But until then, kind of your top of your range here on NQ. See what happens into open. I like that we are holding our previous resistance at this 812. It's a good sign if we can continue these higher lows. But I do need to see us look above this, even with these higher lows, or this could result in like basically a failure and then a pop down and a trap. Like I would have liked to have been in a participating, oops, I keep doing that, here, right, or here. Now I'm a little late. Now we're at like our seller. So I need to see that look above and that showing that we want to break out of the range, because the risk is a little skewed here being at the highs, even if I do see like an active participant. Just really not willing to put a long on there until I see them showing that they want to break out of there. Our ES low is holding though. I like that. Bottom of our range that we were talking about. Here, like, let me put on... See, like, to me, that is... I need all of this information to the right. This is too much. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Because I'm too zoomed in. Like, it looks fine if I'm like this far out. But for me personally, like I would need everything pushed over here and then all of this to be removed. It's I don't need to know anything about this. But like the levels
1 minute
themselves look
remaining.
great.
I'll be leading with the US S&P manufacturing PMI flash.
But also like so do mine, you know? Like so it's hard for me to like I think they're good for someone who's new or someone who is like very trusting. But for me, like part of my trade plan is like actually drawing out my zones, right? Like I need to see the areas for myself, and they have to have meaning for me personally. And like the part of the intent is putting it on the chart, understanding why it exists, right? And then trading around that level. So if I like I need to like see it like play out on the DOM, I need to see that participation. It has to be something that's like real to me personally. For those kind of levels to play and like actually put money on the line.
48 spot 2, 48 spot 2, lower than forecast 49 at spot 5. Services PMI at 51 spot 3, 51 spot 3, that's higher than forecast 50 spot 7. Composite PMI at 51, 51, higher than forecast 50 spot 5. A little reaction from the markets to this data. Getting a mixed bag as services coming in higher than expected, manufacturing lower than expected.
I hate how boxes work in TradingView. Like, why can't my text just be positioned here? Just put it on a line, whatever.
So
Oops.
we have posted out the US
Oh my God, let me
S&P
grab
flash December PMI report
rectangle
on the feed for anybody that is interested. It's just out on the feed now. So looking through comments from the Chris Williamson, who's the chief business economist at S&P in the report, says the early PMI data indicates the US economy picked up a little momentum in December, closing off the year with the fastest growth recorded since July. So Williamson notes that looser financial conditions have helped boost demand and business activity, as well as employment in the services sector, and also helped lift future output expectations higher. However, chief economist at S&P notes that the increased cost of living and cautious approach to spending by households and businesses means the overall rate of service sector growth remains far short of that witnessed during the travel
Dude, I'm
and
trying
leisure
my best.
revival back in spring and summer.
Trying my best out here. See if this low holds. That's 62 to 64 on ES. Russell's still trying to find the bottom. See if this higher low is what does it for us at the mid of our range on NQ off of the seller test. I feel like something looks different. My candle's messed up.
So the US Treasury 10-year yield trims losses after the manufacturing data, last down 1 basis point at around 3.92%.
Yeah, they are. Okay, it's better. So this is a buy here if the Russell can find a bottom. This is like our mid pivot. We want to see this hold, right? And then push up. But if the Russell rejects this ORL, we wait for a buy until we get down into this circle, I think, on ESNQ. Because this will lead to either like choppy price action or more downside on ESNQ while the Russell lags. So we just need to wait for this to kind of confirm a direction here. Either a push back over opening range low or a push down to our Globex low and ADR area around here. But we just haven't really confirmed yet on either way.
So seeing that the SEC denies a petition for rulemaking filed
But
on
I don't
behalf of
mind this
Coinbase.
area, right? Like I don't think it's a short on ES until we get the move where I see like a push below this and then a rejection down. I just think that this is where buyers are going to be trying, but that you can just chop in an area like this, in like a 2 or 3 point zone before we get a direction decision, which doesn't like give a ton of confidence. And it's the same thing for NQ, right? We're just between these two zones where like the better buy for me, where I'd be more comfortable, right, would be back down at this like 80 to 71 area or back down at the 57. Whereas like this is more so the mid. So like you've got a bit more risk trying to position here because you don't have a break out of the range, just kind of like a hold at the mid. You'd want to see this kind of become supportive and a push out, or you'd want to see a push below and then kind of see like some really strong buy side down here. Until then, you just have this range to trade off of, which is fine, right? But just understand that like that is where we are currently. High and low. Same for ES, 64 to 71. Yeah. Does it help what I just put on the chart sauce? Yeah, we went over the range right before you got on, actually. Just blue box, mid, green, low, red, high. And then I've labeled the more important pivots with the word pivot in front. Do I have any positions? No, I don't take a trade for the first like 30 minutes usually. Sometimes first hour. Especially when we're this slow, or if I missed the low, which we did. But the Russell finding that bottom is what we were looking for kind of confirmation. Just need to see it get back over view up. And then for NQ to get over this 37 to 44 and then show that it's supportive. I just like what trade would I take here? Like the only thing that you should be doing here is risking off some long and moving stops up because we're at the middle of the range. Like as we approach RTY VWAP, you need to be risking off until that becomes supportive. So for me, this is just like a coin flip which direction we go. Where we're currently positioned. Like we should be expecting a bit more upside, but I don't know how drastic the seller is going to be at Russell VWAP and day open. But like until you just make this a red box. Until I see like a push above that, expect a seller to be pushing into this. And we just to continue this oscillation between 62, 64, and 71. Not a big fan of the market when it's this slow in the morning. It's like not a great sign. I'll be much more willing to take a position again if the Russell kind of comes into here. Oops. Does one of these, and then we get our pop, or we get a push over and then hold. I just like there's nothing to like play here other than just trying for like a 2-point risk to long and then play back up to 71s, which is fine, but I don't want a bit more. Like to me, this looks like sellers are gonna try to push this down and then give us a pop off of that. Or I'd like to see this become supportive and then kind of go from there. These YouTube live streams are only for December. I'm not sure as of yet what the plan is. We were doing them on Twitch before, and then only Discord, and now we've kind of switched over to YouTube. I think the idea is to maybe do free streams for the first hour or two, and then switch over to a private stream. I think that might be what we end up doing, but nothing's been confirmed as of yet. As of right now, we're just kind of hanging out, getting you guys a feel for what we offer, seeing if you like it. Maybe just the single pane will make this make a bit more sense. It's like, look at the node we're building out here and these lower highs that we've been putting in. And you can just very clearly see that 71 to 64, 62 area. And like, until we push below and we make, without even like looking at price, you see why we need acceptance above this, and then like the ability to hold for a push, and then this is your seller reoffer, or we need to see like a push below, then a pop down. If I scroll out a bit further, see we already have this drawn. Like, we need to see this show as resistance for me to do anything other than just consider that we just chop here or push up. Like, it's the edge of our node. Whatever. Do I have my 15-second chart? Yeah. There you go. If that's that what you're asking, it's I don't know. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I can do that for you. Easy. Yeah, no, be very careful here, like, memes aside. Wait, what? Control Z? Okay, there we go. Because with the, we need to see the Russell basically, like, get a strong bid here at ORL. We're looking for this to show as supportive on a push above, or we'll continue to kind of just, like, show this as our seller. Might have missed it, but the 74 to 77 zone, is it from the pre-market seller? I have not changed these levels. It's the same levels I gave yesterday. In that sense. It's basically the way that we talked about it this morning when I was going over it, is that the two nodes that I labeled out yesterday have basically become one merged. All we did was fill out the structure in between these two nodes yesterday and basically do this. Right? So this is just the edge where we were expecting buyers to kind of be for value in that sense. So until we see like a push below this edge, right? We've got like, this is our range that we're trading. Does that make sense? Yeah. So like I need to see a strong push below this, and then for this to show as our offer on retest. Think of this as like value area low, right? So on a push below, we need to see this then hold, or we will then bid off of this if we recover it, just like on value area low, right? If we get back above, and then we'll oscillate back to the mid at least of this distribution. So like this is kind of our pivot until we see a direction decision being made. Just because this is the current balance in which we're trading between this green and this red. Yep. It does feel like that, doesn't it? We don't have anything until we have what's his name speaking right now. Like Bank of Canada's is that guy speaking, and then what, we only have like Baker Hughes stuff later in the day at like 1. That's all I see for the most part. We got our PMI that already was released. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're just at supply. We need to get over this. So either buyers get exhausted here, right? Or you know, we pop above and then we can punish some people and finally get out. Just seems like a bit of stagnation before decision. You're a fan on the YouTube? Glad you're liking it. Seller very much so still at that 840 level on NQ. Russell failing to hold higher highs. Just kind of chopping around between opening range low and VWAP, which is kind of like I need to see a pop above VWAP soon, or this will just kind of be sellers showing acceptance below. Which is not what you want to see if you want to break out. Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be. Personally, it's just a little too early for me to be wanting to trade a 5-point range. Those are lunchtime plays. Understandable. Back down to our bottom bar range, boys. Just need to see if we make a lower high here, or if we can fully oscillate back up. RTY still maintaining higher lows, but very tight range. Back to our 71 pivot on ES, back to our seller on NQ. Your first risk off, we need to see a strong look above both of these pivots, and then a bid to kind of move up and show that it wants to hold here, or this will be the top of our oscillation again. Surely this will be the time. In my opinion, if there's going to be a larger move, you will see a push into here and then a retest of this area. If it's gonna like actually do it. So like I wouldn't be too worried. Until then, like you're just chopping between these two zones. But like if we're gonna get a larger move, right? Like again, you're gonna see a push and then like a retest of this area, or a push below and a retest of this area. There's just, until then, you're oscillating between here. See what NQ does. If we can hold, it's not a terrible first sign, right? Like this is now where you want to see your buyer ideally now be able to bid. Why did that not change color? Oh, yeah. Right, like our seller, you want that to be now flipped to your buyer on a retest on a look above. Russell's still failing to break, but we need to see a pretty strong bid and hold, or this will look to revert again. So really now all you can do is either look for a short up into this 60, or look for a push below this, and then for that seller to try to re-engage on a push down, right? Until then, you have to kind of respect this as your buy. Hopefully that makes sense. Right? All we've been looking for is this look above and then the ability to hold, but it's the understanding of the flip that's key. Until the Russell can get back over this red box, though, you're going to have a really hard time confirming an ES breakout. Right, just because we have a mixed market. And like mixed markets can be fine, but like even in that sense, the Russell is just going to oscillate. We're showing weakness in the oscillation. Like you would need to see a very significant bounce here at this low if it was going to just chop. Or we're going to be looking for a push down and wait for the Russell to bottom for this to actually break out on ES. Well, what's great about those flips, right, is that it's a clear shift in the auction, right? It's the first real test. Because if that offer isn't there anymore, right, and that's now flipped or pushed up, now you have a really great idea of, is this going to be able to hold? And we can watch it live on the DOM to see if it'll be defended. And if it like flips back below, and then you see sellers stack, right, at that level again, like you need to then reevaluate or reverse. You have like now a very defined area of risk where you're willing to try, right? And like when you can find these kind of areas in a very tight zone, especially in something like NQ for your invalidation, it allows you to size up a bit while maintaining a really nice RR, because you're only risking a few points for upside. It's like one of those things again where you don't need it to break out. You just need it to show as a hold for you to be able to make money, especially trading NQ. Like you can make 10 points easy without like even a real breakout. Just the flip from offer to bid. Yeah, I mean, like to me personally, it's like if only like the short still could be working, but now you're kind of in the middle of nowhere where it's like either buyers fail to break this, right? And now we're above, which means that for this short to be valid, regardless, you need to either see a push into our previous seller up at the 60 and then push down, or you need to see a push back below where our seller was previously and then a showing from them again, right? So either way, as soon as we pushed back over this and then saw a buyer willing to even attempt, in my mind, there isn't a short here that I'm willing to try. Like I need to see the pushback below and then the hold, or I need to see us test into fresh supply. Because we there's no buyer that's showing their hand here. So like now I don't have confidence in this level for a short until retest. Like there's not much. Just doesn't make sense to even try. As soon as we saw that higher low and then a bid take over that level, like your idea of shorting there, like that seller is no longer positioned or willing to defend at that exact price level. So why are you, right? Understanding that you don't move the market and they're no longer positioning
Brent
there.
crude futures fall by
no
$1 a barrel.
to be there. This is still moving way too slow for me. I need like acceleration or more of a pivot. Like a look above or below.
The Treasury 30-year yield extends decline, approaching 4% now.
The reason they're not on is because I just have indicators off to show our areas a little bit clearer as I was talking. They're still there, I just have indicators off. So let's see if buyers will defend this now that we've fully tested that zone we were talking about into 3750. You want to see the 45s now basically hold on rebid on defense, but this will not show that much. If you want to see this now bid, the high of this range, now that we tested the low, you want that to now hold and then push out. You want us back over 71s, or this seller will just be sitting here again. And you want to see the Russell now find a bottom. .45's really solid rebid, push back up to the highs. RTY oscillating, held the low. So your first risk off now here is into the highs of these ranges. Ideally we look for that 60 on NQ. I'm just gonna shift these over until they either completely invalidate or continue to play. I need to pick one, man. Keep drawing things out and then actually doing pathing still. Nah, I don't care about candle closes. I don't care about candles. I'm watching the DOM. I'm just watching to see reactions in that areas. We're just looking for reactions. So like at that 37, like we're looking for exactly what I was talking about, which is we want to see on this look below for a failure for sellers to defend this level and for buyers to be able to push back up, show their hand and willingness, and then a push out, which is what we saw. And then a push back up to the highs. And now you're getting your test. So like this is now where you're looking to sell. This isn't a short for me. Personally, it wasn't a short until we saw a look below this level, and then on a retest where we thought buyers would be in the screen box, then our offer to step in for a push down. Until then, like, this is where you're looking for your bid. Confirmation is the ability to push above, and then for buyers to then load themselves at that 44 level for a continuation out, right? That's your trigger if you're not already in. The reclaim and ability to push back into where the offer is supposed to be in your narrative, right? And we're now into our 60 target, so that's your first risk off if you bought, and you're looking for a push above and then the ability to hold. This is your next like pivot zone off this 60 to 73. So here's your look above. Not much here other than just moving stops up. Same thing with ES. We had this marked as our low. Now you are at the mid. So until we see a push and hold, ideally what we would see here is something like this, and then the ability to kind of show that we want to hold off 71. We don't need to see this, but this would be kind of your ideal setup. And then like if we can hold this 71 on retest and get like a strong bid, we'll be looking for a move and hold over this 77 to 80. What you want to see when that happens is the Russell to get the hell out of this range. You want to see RTY testing and a push over VWAP as we are attempting back into here on ES. Like as this is trying to break out, we want to see the Russell out of this range. That would give me confidence at least. As long as NQ is continuing to push though, like we can get moves on ES. They're just a lot less energetic because the Russell's sideways. See if like this VWAP area now holds. See if we get a pullback buy here. This is what we are looking for. Top of our range. See if the Russell will now bid at the mid, right at this node. This 52 to 55 would be ideal for it to hold and then not have to come fully down. Only if the Russell gets over VWAP, ES is in a better place for longs. I'd like to see a retest into 71s that are really strong bid off of ES for me to be comfy taking that. It's fine trying here, but just understand that we're like at VWAP, right? So we'll just like, we're kind of oscillating around until we see someone show their hands. Like this can easily come back down to retest this ORH VWAP and then pop, or we look for a push above and then kind of a go. The problem with ES right now is that you're reliant on both NQ and RTY to get us out of here, and RTY is sideways. Hopefully that was enough. I'll be a lot more interested in ES if I see a push down into here on the Russell or a push above like we have drawn. What was that? Tradigator, the reason I'm only doing it on YouTube right now is that I've been running into issues with Discord where my stream closes over and over again. It keeps crashing. So until I get that fixed, this is going to be a YouTube only thing. But what I offer is that you can just have my chart book, which is me. I give you a link to my TradingView charts. I share them, and that you can watch me draw in TradingView live without me streaming. Or you can copy my charts with my levels directly into your own layout and then edit it yourself. So there's like really no reason for me to actually stream other than you guys like it, because you have my levels and they auto update. I just saw your message in help desk. See if buyers can maintain here. I need to see us break out very soon if they're going to do it, or this will oscillate back down. Remember, this 55 to like 50 area on NQ is where you need to see bid continue to hold. And you need to see us push over the 60, 63, and then show that as support. Or this is just a very tight range that can easily be exhausted, and then we'll have to come down for fresh liquidity. So hopefully we get over here. I don't mind his 62 short flex, but the problem is that there's a lot of potential for a pop. So he needs to be very flexible with that 62 position. Because if we get the look above and then it bids, that position is going to be so offsides so quickly. If you bought off of this 50 to 55 area on NQ, this is your first risk off into this. You need to see this now hold. There's really not much here until we see a strong bid from this level and then push out. This will continue to be just kind of our selling level and push back down into this. We really want to see a strong bid now as we test these highs, where we can kind of consider this like a fail to break out, which is fine, right? Like, as long as we're finding our edges, you're still being able to get like 10 points captured just within the range. I'm gonna delete this now that I have shifted over. Very curious to see what happens as the Russell comes back up into the top of the range. If buyers can't get this pop, I have this suspicion that we will need to go for this 71 and then go for the pop out. like you need to see someone lift us out of here like very quickly, or we will go for this liquidity here. Yeah, man, that's why like I'm not very comfortable trying to trade size here with how tight we've been, and basically like a failed auction on both sides. The breakout. I'm a lot more confident in a retest of 71s or a push over 77s. And I'm fine playing off of this 49 to 55 area on NQ for bids, just to play back up to 60s. But like until we break above and hold, it's real tight. Yeah, you have to just be comfortable with the 10 points until, and then just hold runners and then look to average up if we actually break out. So again, this is where you really want to see a strong bid as we push down into 71s on a failure to break out at the highs. And we hope that that was enough of a liquidity grab for us to then pop above. But if this, if we do get a bounce here at 71s, you want to see this make a new high out of this range. Or again, this will just kind of like push right back down to the lows, and we'll do a full oscillation. So like from this position, you want to see an aggressive bid above this node and then hold like I have drawn. Or this can result in the offer then stacking at that 71 position again, and then that leading back down. Right? That's what we are worried about here. So this spacing is not good for a move back up, right? You'd want to see an aggressive buyback, right? Yeah, into 71s, you want to see a really solid buyer step in to defend. Delta's so far not showing anything. Russell sideways, but like as long as we're defending here, you want to just see it lift above I'm not really bearish until we see the look below 71s and then the offer. This is just where you want to see a buyer. And you want to see, if they do hold here, you want to see a delta start to make, break these lower highs and then a pop. Basing is fine. I mean, it's not like the greatest thing in the world, but it should be expected with how slow the market's moving. You have to be a bit more patient. NQ is showing us that a seller is just kind of like pushing this thing down. So like, again, there's just not a lot of confidence in any sort of move because of how slow the market's moving and how slow these rotations have been. But like, I'm just playing off this 71 and Russell being below VWAP. Like that's all we have. For like NQ, we're at ORH right at this 44. You need to see a push above 55s and for that to go bid again, or this is just where your seller is. There's, again, we just need this green box to hold, and for NQ you need to now see a push from here and then the ability to then rebid off of this, or this is just now your buyer is now off sides, right? So like, that's all you need to keep in mind. That this guy who was positioning themselves here is now, we've now flipped, right? Okay, if I move this node over here, let me actually Control Z, and I'm just gonna move this over so I don't change it. Where are we now on this thing that I drew out? Does it make sense if I show it like that? And why I'm looking for that 55 for confirmation? Right? So like, we're oscillating in the lower, but that doesn't mean that this has more downside. I need to see the tests at the extremes or a push below these levels, or like it's just a range. So here's your 55 retest, and you want to see like the bid now step up and move. What's the position? At 73s? Is that entry? I mean, it looks fine. As long as 71's hold, I think we're alright. I don't like the mid, but as long as we hold here. I don't know. Oh, it entered last night. Like risk off here on NQ and ES is your first risk off into 60s, 63s on NQ and into our 74s. Again, we got what we needed to see, which is just 71s holding, but we now need to see this build out and pop. I just closed 2 on NQ. We're now pushing into Russell VWAP. Again, like that's kind of your pivot high on the market until we see a push above and then the ability to hold. Just remember our oscillation on RTY until it breaks, right? Like we are oscillating between these two. So for any sort of like real continuation, you want to see us hold the high of this node. Again, if you played off of 71s, or if you played off of 49s, 55s, 44s, anything, I don't know, like whatever, just move stops up. We're at the top of our range until proven otherwise. I have 2 left. Yeah, again, Sauce, like when the market's this slow, you just kind of have to have like a pivot that you can just acknowledge and play around. Yeah. And the reason why, like, you guys keep asking about NQ, but it's like I'm playing NQ based off of our ES pivot. So it's like, as long as this is holding the 71, like, I'm willing to stay in that trade. And then I just look for, like, our key levels, like this shift. Like, to me, this is really important. This buyer that then flipped to seller, right? So, like, I need to see that push above, and then a showing of, like, buy side aggression above that area. Or, like, I'll continue to look at this as just our offer point. Beautiful. Out one more here. Let's see if we can get the hell out of here. We'll have another opportunity to get in. Remember what the bigger picture is here. We called the low, right? We found the low. We're now at the mid. We waited for that 71 to become our retest for our support, right? Very clear, if you look on a bigger picture, that this was our seller. It is now flipped to offer, or sorry, to our bid. Got our hold. We now need to get over this guy here at our 77, right? This is now your seller re-offer here, which is why I have this labeled as, consider this the mid, right? Because we need to now be able to show that we want to hold above, and if we can get this hold, I'm gonna delete this now that it's played, just for the sake of clarity. We need to risk off into this, knowing that this is where seller value is on that shift from here, right? We just saw seller value shift from this position at 71 up to the 77 to 80, right? So until we can push above and hold this, we have to just accept that this is where these guys are going to be positioned until we can push above, and then our buyer steps in to show this as buyer value. If on a retest into this area, right, this then flips and we do something like this, we can then trade back up to where these sellers are positioned above that, right, into this node. And then that would be the high of our range. So we have another opportunity to average into this position if we see this recovery. But if not, we're risked off, and that's fine. And now I can just keep my stop at break even at our invalidation point, waiting to see if we get this acceptance above. Everyone following? Is the shift of seller value clear from this point to this point, and then that to buy? Okay, and it's the same thing here. It's just slow, guys. Like, you know, don't feel too terrible. It's just, you have to, like, create, this is what we were just talking about, is like, you're not going to get those instant reactions all of the time in a market that's moving this slow. So you just have to create an auction pivot like this 71, like I kept talking about over and over again about this retest. Because, like, without an area of invalidation like that, you're going to get chopped up. At least like for me, that's how it works. Like you have to create those kind of areas. This is why we created this zone on NQ as well for initial bid. And then do you see like on retest, we then held the 44? Why did we care about this area? Well, like it was our seller, right? It's the same thing. So if we know that the offer has been just sitting here, there's been someone just sitting here at this position, and then we see a buyer then show this as like a supported bid. So now we're watching to see if this is now holding as buyer value on retest. And as long as this pivot is holding, like I'm looking for longs until we get a look below it, and then we hold this again and show that our seller is still there. Like it's just a support, or resistance flips to support, but it's a zone. And then we just watch the DOM in that zone. Is that like clicking for everyone? Are we getting it? So like you're gonna have to risk a few points, but if we can find areas like that, inflection points, like this isn't a huge amount of risk. And you can even wait, right? Like you can have an initial buy here on the first test in. But what really matters is that from this look into this area, we then are able to recover the high. And then you can really put size on here. Because what does it mean if we can do that? Well, that means that you can have your stop at the low. Because you're now playing off of that buyer. And now you can play back up to value. Right? So this is now your entry. And then your stop is at the low. So you can size into this position, understanding that the narrative that you're like playing around is that this is a buyer that you're willing to try to like look for a higher low here and for a bid out. Like that's the mentality. So we got our test of 71s, and then we looked for that higher, the rebid.
CBA projects this year's core PCE inflation at 3.4% versus 4.1% seen in July, projecting 2.4% core PCE inflation for next year.
Yeah, I know there's something to be mad about. It's just like
also projects
remember to like
Q4
remind
2023
yourself.
average unemployment rate at 3.9%, projected 4.4% in Q4 of 2024 and 2025 as well. GDP growth forecast at 1.5%, a TRIM's 2025 growth forecast at 2.2% from 2.4%, however. Sees US real GDP growth forecast at 2.5% from 0.9% in July, reflecting data through December the 5th.
Here, I'm just going to screenshot this so that you guys have it as a reference point if you want it before I delete these. Or at least that. Just the flip, right? Just remind yourself of like why you're willing to put a trade on there and what we're looking for. So like we're seeing now the as I was talking, I'm sorry. But like we're at that 73 to 63 pivot, right, on NQ. And what do we see happening? Well, we've identified this area as our selling area. We then see from this test, sellers pushing the offer down. And then where our previous buyer was has now flipped, right? So we did a push below, a look down, a then retest of this node, offer held, and then a push down. So like, what is this telling us? Well, we know that we have a buyer here that's going to try to defend this low, but we also know that a seller has now positioned themselves off of this node. So we need to see, in my mind, we need to see a look above this level and then a really strong bid, or this is going to fail. And we look for a lower high here, and then a push down and look back down into this, right? You need to see this pop above this 63 and then bid again, or this is just going to be the continuation of this channeling. right? Because we can see that seller in control, and we can see that this has now become an auction level that we care about. And this look below, they held it, look below again, held it. Now you get your retest, and if they are strong here, this is going to push below this buy side, in my opinion. So you need to see this look up and then strong bid, or they'll maintain these lower highs. And we just play off of this node. So for me, like when I look at stuff like this, there's only two actionable levels. Either the push above and then bid for the long position, or a push below and then rebid of that level for a long position, right? Or you're just playing with the short. Like there's nothing else here. Like you don't buy here. That's not how trading works. Right? Because you're buying literally into the sell. You need to see the bid lift and then stack. Or you need to see a push below on sell side, right? And then a failed offer, and then the bid lift above, and that buyer then show their hand again at a previous level in which they were participating. Right? Well, then that gives you two opportunities to try. But like trying to buy the breakout before seeing actual people trying to lift and then hold is just a way to set yourself up for failure. Because now you're just trading your chart with your magic line and not what's actually happening with price.
According to Xinhua, China vows to boost energy cooperation with China.
You guys have any questions? Or are we following along? We're good? And like this is this retest here, right? This is RTY retesting VWAP. You'd like to see a really strong buyer try to hold this break now on the Russell. Or like we just do that full rotation down that I was talking about, and then you look for the recovery of 55s on NQ. On this look below. Right, because like this will either give you that bid, or this will now flip and then we come back down. You see why like a breakout trade is just stupid here when we've like clearly seen a seller showing their hand at these lower highs and then holding a previous buy level as the offer. Just like don't do that to yourself. You're just gonna always be offsides like 90% of the time. And do we see how this is just what we drew? Like, this is our seller value off of the flip, and now we're just back to our buy here. Like, this is why you risk off into these areas, because until they show as supportive,
So China's Ding
like,
and
you're
Russia's
screwed.
Novak host
Like,
an
this is the
energy
range.
cooperation meeting.
So see if 71s can hold again. But you might need to see a look below and then a bid back off if this doesn't just show as a strong supportive with the Russell here. You really need to see that RTY find a low here, hopefully off of this node. We saw NQ weakness into supply and Russell weakness into supply at the exact same moment, which led to a much stronger reaction to the downside, right? So now you need to wait for the Russell to find that low, and hopefully it happens at our pivots that we already have marked out on NQ and ES. But if it doesn't, right, like if this becomes resistance and we don't see a bid step in here and we push back down to the bottom of the range, as these are trying to bid at the lows, right, then we get a breakdown. So we need to see now, is this going to continue to oscillate on NQ and ES with the Russell making a higher low? That would be ideal. Later, Flex. See if a buyer steps in here. This is where I'd want it to happen. Would like to see this 37 liquidity hold. And then a pop back over, like 42s, and then bid back up. If this fails here, you're looking for 37.50 to become resistance for a push back down to 30s. So let's see if we can hold here. This is where you look for that rebid. There's your first risk off. Right back to our node. Do we see how we can just do that? Now I'm out one, and now I have a free trade. Just playing node, and then LVN, bid, rebid, push. $44 is fine. You just had to be willing to stay in that trade as long as 37.50 held. And now we're just back to our next pivot, right? So until we push above this, we can see that that seller is positioned here. What have we been learning about these kind of levels? If our buyer is now below, this is where your offer is. You need to see a push above, and then the ability to then show a bid, right? We need a recovery of that buyer with an aggressive look above, and then a stacking there, right, on buy side on the bid for a push up to our next node. So here's your test. Here's your look, and now here's your rebid. Let's see if they can do it. Looks like a failure to me. You should get a reoffer. To maybe like 50 on reoffer if they're gonna do it. There's a pretty strong seller rejection though with that buyer to sell. Where did the 837.50 come from? We've had that level. I gave you guys that level on Monday or Thursday. That's not new. But you can just see that this is a sell that then flip bid, then push down. If we look left, oh my god, why? Do we see how it's a pivot? Let me change the color from the initial reaction from the push up that we saw from that news. we saw a bid attempt and then fail, attempt and fail. It just is like a nice little auction. I want to look above or below for me. So like as long as I have a manageable level to play off of, like I'm just watching for price to, if we're above it, to bid here. If we're below it, to be our resistance. That's really it. And we can see that show pretty dramatic moves on either side. Right? Spin our pivot. It's historic, I guess, but like this is, we're playing off of a previous buyer. And we're just looking for our reaction off of that point on either side. It's the same thing here, like you can clearly see it as an attempt, right? But like if you're trading on a much smaller time frame, we can see, oh my god, why does it keep doing this? Hello? What is this? Right. You can see like a bid steps in and is able to hold and then push. So like until I see that become resistance and then hold underneath, I'm just looking for buy side to aggressively push off of it. And we just started like trading off of the node structure. So like where did the 3750 come from? Well, at the time, I just like go back. Oh no, I just drew these.
China calls on Russia to promote oil and gas project operation.
I don't know if I went far enough back. Yeah, there. Do you see? This is what we were just playing that structure off of. This is going to reject because we just gotta look below this node. We have an LVN here, and we have a node below. So where is price going to look for a bid? Ain't no way this man makes money is what this dude just said. That's crazy. Like, it's just an auction, guys. Just node to node oscillations and then just probability. If you think me talking about trading a range is rocket science, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I really don't know what to tell you. Like, if you can't see that we're just trading in a range and you buy the low and you sell the high, and you can't make money, like, the issue isn't the charts or the stream. It's your brain. Bro, just buy NVIDIA calls. Free money right there. What NVIDIA call? What date? What strike? Why there? What does it even mean? You're out of the stream or of your NVIDIA calls? Josh, you're ready to be a furu. You're just ambiguous enough to say absolutely nothing while still trying to have an opinion. It's crazy. See if we could hold up here for a push. If we can get a solid bid, we'll look to hold this as our new range. Need to see like a really strong look above and now on a bid, or this will continue to be our seller here. Shining light is that ES held 71s again, which is great, but we need to see a push out of this range. Need to see the Russell maintain a higher low here. We want it to hold the low of this oscillation and now bounce, right? We want that higher low. If we're up at this high on ES and the Russell shows weakness, you're gonna be it's gonna be hard to try to get this break. I think NQ might need the larger pullback. I'm gonna give it a minute. Like an ideal re-entry for me here would be us like buy side failing here And I want to see us now kind of come back down into this 60. That would be great for me. And then we look for the bid off of the 73. It's fine if it holds here, but like personally, I'd like to be able to size in. Which, like, if I'm not given the opportunity, then I've got to wait again, which is just, you know, it's whatever. Like, Delta's holding, everything's holding. You just need to be very careful, because as soon as NQ stops pushing, like if the Russell continues to maintain weakness here, this will elevator down, right? As we push into our high of our pivot on ES and the Russell. Like, any sort of momentum loss on NQ will give us a much steeper pullback. Which is why you would rather see like a retest of this node as supportive first before going. Especially with like ES then being able to come down and then push. Just like it's hard to want to like put risk on at the high of our range. See if that was enough. I think it could probably come down a bit further, but if it bids off 73 here, then we might not need it. Be watching for buyers to stack there. You can see them trying at 74. You saw that? They just put a bunch of size on there. Now they're trying to hold it. But if it pushes back below, then expect to push down into 63, I think. You want that 74 liquidity to hold. Hopefully you guys could see that on the DOM of them loading. If it went from like 5 to 21s, then holding and then pushing.
Brent crude futures turned positive after falling more than $1 a barrel earlier in the session.
I see Russell's still weak. Yeah, they're definitely trying, Cass, at that. If the Russell doesn't hold this low that we have marked, though, you're gonna be it's gonna be rough.
The Bank of England says it will tilt its quantitative tightening gilt sales towards shorter maturities.
That 74 stack that we just saw was a great example to go back and watch if you have like a DOM replay of like liquidity being put on there and then it being like held and then popping back up to our seller here.
The Bank of England adding that they will sell £8.15 billion in quantitative tightening gilt sales in Q1 of next year.
Exactly what we were looking for. But again, we're now at resistance. We're just oscillating between this range now. What I mean, well, I'm saying like you're seeing a shift of liquidity from lower to being pushed higher. So like on the DOM, you could see that there was a buyer who had moved liquidity up from lower at like 70, like it was in like the 65, 70s, and then moved, and then we saw that go to 21 in size on the NQH contract from 10, and then multiple times those orders were filled, and then that resting liquidity held and was defended, and then we were pushed up off of it from the look below. We then saw buyers willing to move liquidity up and then kind of like stack and defend that rebid price, which is what we drew out. At 85, yeah, with the 25 size, yeah, sure. And like you can see, but like right now there's liquidity that's trying to be taken at 84, and like if that 84 liquidity holds, or if this 85 moves down to that 84 and then we get a push and then we make lower highs, then you'll know that that seller means like is like actually serious. Or if we push over this 85 and then buy side moves, like I'd be watching to see if that liquidity at 81.25 on ES holds, or if it gets taken, and then that becomes our offer here, this 81.25, and now that holds for push down. So you're watching to see, like that 81.25 is where that buyer was attempting, and now our seller is holding that as our position. And now it's shifted down to this 80.25. That 81.25 was where like your first buyer defense, and was immediately put off sides, and then held as resistance for continuation. Yeah, see? That's what, yep. That's what I mean when I say, like, go review, like, if you can find DOM footage for this, for, like, areas like this where you have very clear pivots, watch reactions, and then, like, that's, as soon as you start to see it, you'll be able to, like, know if you're on the right or wrong side of a trade, like, very easily. Be like, oh, shit, like, because if the difference is between trading like this and then just trading off of levels is that it's like a coin flip if your level holds, right? Like, sure, these are historically valuable, right? Where we found pivots, but you need to be participating with someone. You're not the one moving the market, right? It's the constant reminder of like, my size does not matter. I'm a one lot warrior. And so like I need to see the participants at these areas to let us know if our trade idea is still valid. But like you can watch it live, right? But you need to know what you're looking for first, or you're just like staring at noise and it's useless, right? Like there's a lot of what am I trying to say? There are a lot of people and just a lot of our day that we spend watching charts with no intent, right? You need intent. And like, where did the Russell bounce again, guys? Like, who cares what the Russell is doing as long as it's holding our two pivots, right? That's all you care about. So you guys will be like, oh, but the market's not moving together. Well, like, the Russell's just oscillating between two areas, right? Like, we're just rotating. That's all that matters. It's still doing the thing. But if like we fail at the lows on RTY and that becomes resistance, then and we're at like the highs on NQ and ES, that's when you have some divergence, and then we look for a larger move to the downside, because now we have the Russell breaking out of the current, like, you know, like quote unquote pattern the market is doing right now, the current rotations that the market is kind of like putting in, with the Russell oscillating and NQ pushing. So like if NQ came up into this 86 to 93 and the Russell broke down at this 2014, we have a failure on NQ to continue these higher lows. That's what that would mean. And we would see a breakdown. So tech all of a sudden is no longer showing momentum, which has been pushing the market up, or at least keeping up us sideways on ES, right? Because the Russell going up in a straight line like this is allowing an ES to basically oscillate sideways. If the Russell loses this low that we've been bouncing off of, just oscillating sideways, right? And NQ loses this high and we stop making higher lows into our pivot highs, all of a sudden we're looking at a much larger, more aggressive, faster move down, because now our energy, our financial, our healthcare names, right, our mid caps are no longer willing to just kind of rotate neutrally, in neutrality, right? And if we lose momentum on the thing that has been carrying the market up, tech, then all of a sudden we have elevator down because we have the market in sync. That's the big thing that you should be taking away from that kind of stuff, is like, oh, what is allowing us to keep up, keep momentum, right? Keep the pressure to the upside. And what happens when we get to these pivots and we start to see weakness at the lows where we're supposed to see a strong buy? Well, okay, well now we have a shift. And if we see that shift, then we can expect lower, lower prices, more aggression down. And you are witnessing it. Yeah, right? Because we lost momentum on tech, and Russell isn't holding or showing that it wants to continue this rotation. So now you have the market in sync to downside. And like, if that's the case, then okay, we're no longer oscillating. We now have trend. Or at least, selling momentum across the market. So this is going to be a very important re-offer here to see if Russell can get back into this range, or we still look for this Globex low and this white box that I drew out. On days like this, you should really just be expecting like a failed breakouts on either sides. Like, it's just going to be a failed two-way auction, basically. And just expect chop and acceptance. Like, all we're trying to do is build out like a new balance area off of a squeeze from the other day. And so you're going to see like both sides attempt to try to get like continuation and fail. And we're just going to build out structure here. And this is why we mark our zones, we trade the zones, we take off risks into the highs of these zones until we see clear acceptance out. And we just trade the balance, and we consider it balance until then. I just have just NQ, just a single. Just don't overwhelm yourself. I find that I can see the exacts are very similar information, just having 15-second charts up, and then just marking out my zones, and then paying attention to the one instrument that I really care about, like I'm actually trading, and then I just keep that in my focus. If I can get garner the same information with candles, then I'm always going to do that, because I can then see historically, or I think maybe something that might be better for you is instead of 4 DOMs, having 4 footprints, right? So then you can at least see historically where price has been bid and like where absorption is taking place, and you have a historical representation of your DOM. Because what's the point of having 4 DOMs up? You're not gonna be able to analyze and actually watch 4 DOMs live. And like, if you're not watching your DOM live, there's like actually no point in having it up. The footprint's the historical representation of your DOM, so just go with that. Or just charts with candles, if that, whatever's easier, whatever helps you visualize. Without overwhelming. So here's your reoffer. This is going to be a retest on the Russell to see if we hold this range breakdown. Just as we have drawn out, we're looking for this node to now be as like, you want to see a failure and then a push down. It's going to do it. 69. Are you talking about we're too close together on everything? ES or okay, and Q. I don't know if there's really much here. We have to wait for the Russell. I mean, like, this is where you want to see buyers defend, but you don't have a directionality yet. Now let's go to like the major. Like, look at this node that we're at. Like, you can't short here. You have to wait. Like, if you're not short from the highs that we gave, you have to look for this push below and then a really strong seller to step in from that look below to then defend this, right? Because what we're looking for is for these guys that are trying to hold this to be offsides. So on a push below, you want to see a strong rejection and for that value to basically have shifted. This is only a buy, and it's not even a great buy as of yet because of how weak the Russell is down here. But like, if you're looking for a short, you need to see that selling pressure shift downward below the node and then hold that as the offer. Right, and we can watch that. Like, we can see this as just like a clear pivot. Like, just look left. Yeah, right? Like, that's why it's that I keep like stressing the concept of the look above and then test for directionality, or the look below and test, because that gives you a understanding of someone who's attempting and then failing, right? Like, that's what you really want to see on this move, and that's your entry here instead of like trying to enter here. Yeah, it helps an insane amount. It's such a simple concept, but it's one of those things where, like, once you start to see it, like, play out on a DOM and you're, like, actually looking, again, I'll use that word again, with intent, like, watching this area, you just watch and you see these people get punished over and over and over again trying to do this, like, buying that area, buying that level. Just like wait for someone to actually show their hand and then show a defense. And like, if you don't, if it's not clear, then you don't trade it, right? Like, it's fine. But if you don't see what you want to see, then just, you can dip out of the trade. Like, the granularity that we're now looking at this kind of stuff gives you a lot of wiggle room with entries. which is, it might be counterintuitive, but because we're looking at such specific areas of interest, we can take 1 or 2 point hits on NQ, and because of the area we're interested in, we expect some sort of buying attempt. And so we're not going to see drastic volatility at these levels. We expect balance, which allows us to watch, see if that bid is going to maintain. And if we don't see the action that we want, we should be able to still get out of that trade without a 20-point drawdown, right? Because of the areas that we're interested in, we have a lot more wiggle room with being like, you know what, I don't think this is going to work. And then us still being able to get out of the trade for like either break even or 1 or 2 points before we actually, get a directional move. Like even here, like we're watching on a 15-second chart, and like this has allowed you to watch this area of interest and wait for directionality in a 1 to 2 point range on NQ. Like that's nuts. Like your risk is way smaller waiting for these inflection areas and then looking for the bid below or above and then the reoffer for actual sizing. Because we lose, we're in a market and rest in like these little areas before we get our secondaries pushed down. Does that make sense? I feel like I may have just confused a lot of you. But if we're like only interested in areas where we know both sides have interest, then we expect some chop, which allows us to be able to get filled with and be able to position ourselves or exit a trade before we get directionality, right? We are only looking to trade in areas of value. And if these areas continue to show value, we then look for a push on either side and then for that value to shift. And that value shift gives us our entry. And then we get to decide if we want to continue to be in that position or not. But because of these pivots that we're interested in, even an initial sizing that we put on shouldn't result in huge drawdown because we're not seeing massive acceleration at these areas. We're seeing like a slowdown before a decision's made. And to me, I want that, right? Like I want some flexibility before we get our next leg. Hopefully that made sense. I can see that being confusing. Like, just, again, where as long as we're looking to trade where liquidity is being offered on either side, right? Like, we're going to have a lot, our opportunities increase and our risk kind of goes down. If we're, like, buying in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of two nodes, then you don't really have liquidity to play off of because the liquidity is above and below us. Does that make more sense if I word it like that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like it's just such a simple concept when you actually like break it down and visually. So what is a node representative of, right? Like what are these areas showing? Well, this is where volume has been traded, and another way to put it is where interest has been shown, right? So if we're only looking to look for positioning in or around these areas on the tests inside, right? We know liquidity or interest has been shown here at these areas, and so we should expect the market to slow down in the sense of movement, not volume, not like speed of tape, none of that, but in the sense of balance, right? At rest. So we have the ability to kind of position and come into this area and understand that like the market is going to transact back and forth here until a side is chosen. But because of that, that allows us to get some really nice, we can then watch these areas for that bid off of here, and then that push up on the DOM, right? And then that allows us to then push out and then trade off of, while still having this area below us to know that like we're not going to get a drastic move to the downside here. We have a what's the word? We have a cushion. A cushion, I guess, is a good way of where we expect price to kind of be balanced and chop around before that inflection or that motion. And that's what I really love to see. And it's like if I only have to pay attention to when we're around this area, this node or this node, and then we can expect the market to kind of rotate between these and fill this structure. Now I can stay in these trades, understanding where my clear pivots are, and position myself accordingly. And like until I will be looking long down here or looking for buyers to show interest down here, until we see that buyers are unwilling to show interest and sellers are willing to hold the low, right? Showing interest at the low of this node and then willing to hold a lower high, right? Because now all of a sudden we have a failure at this auction. If sellers and buyers are shifting, right? If seller's value is up here and buyer value is down here, but now seller value is here or even here, and we're seeing that on the offer as price comes back down, we're pushing lower and then it's holding. Okay, well, I need to now look for a node that's further down, and now we're looking for buyer value to shift below. So I can then take a short to the downside and know that my long was wrong until we reclaim and then hold this position above. So that allows me to take either a break even or like a small paper cut for a loss until I see buyers reclaim and rebid off of the position, off of a higher point. But like if you're chasing, right, say you're here, you have nothing to play off of because value is up here and down here. So all of a sudden your entry is like in the middle of nowhere, and you can go, you're looking for like a breakout continuation before our next area of interest. And so you enter at the high and then we push down and then we come back down to the low of the balance. And now all of a sudden you're buying, this is why it's like the don't diddle in the middle thing, right? You're buying in the middle of the range and we don't know where interest has been found. And so like you're getting caught on both sides before we get clarification. I don't know. Hopefully that means something to some of you. My key nodes are just, I don't know if I really have a time frame. I just look at our daily structure, and then I look at our lower time frame structure of where like the current auction is. You have to remember my average trade time is like 2 to 5 minutes. So like all I care about are the current participants. All right, like what are my average trade times today? My average trade time today is 8 minutes and 47 seconds. My longest trade was 20 minutes. So do I give a shit about what's happening on the weekly? No, who cares? Like, I'm just doing little micro rotations. Like, does 10 points on NQ mean anything in the larger scheme of thing? Hell no. But can we make money by understanding where current participants are positioning? Yeah. Right? Like we make money by bidding off this 55 and playing into the 63. But in like the larger scheme of thing, does it matter? No. But we understand where current participants are. Right? And we understand that we will hit our heads on this node above. Right? And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, we now just trade this as our range and we look for acceptance above and then we go for a continuation. Until then, it's your risk off. Like, I don't care what happens in the overall structure or the bigger picture. I'm here to trade right now. Yeah, I don't care. Like, we know this is our seller here at 60s. And until we see a push above and then buyers' willingness to step out of the way. Sellers to step out of the way and the bid to move up. Like, you have to risk off here because this is your seller reoffer. Right? And we just play off of the higher lows, the bid stepping in, push into 60s, and now you look for a push above, sellers to then slap this thing back down, and then you're looking for 60s to then bid. If 60s stay bid, then you can look for more upside. Do I care about the overall structure here? No. I'm watching the current auction and where people are willing to buy and sell right now. Just rotation. Do you see buyers stepping in at that 60 and then willingness to push up? And like, if this fails, you look for the push below 60s and then for the offer to then stick on a retest and then a push back down. But until then, like, it is what it is. Like, you just are risked off already. Who cares? Let me mark this 60. I keep talking about this 60 and then I don't actually have it marked. Like, you just are looking for buyers to now try to defend this level. Why do we care? Well, what happened the last time an attempt was made here? We had buyers attempt here, push below, this then flipped offer, we looked under. You now have a look above, and now you have a bid that needs to try to step in and hold this area. If they're willing to, then you have buy side recovered, and we can look for a push back up. So like, you are attempting here, you can look for an attempt here, and then the hold and a push out, or a look below, and then for this to then push back down, just as it did last time. But now you have a zone to play off of that's very tight. And we understand like the overall picture is that this is sell side here. Right? And like, if this shifts and buyers are willing to bid here at this 60, 63, 75, right? This area, and then we get a bid above and a hold here, we look for our seller to be positioned here at 80s. But until then, like, there's not much. Just like understanding where positioning is, just bidding off 60s and then playing up 3 points nets you like $70 on NQ. Like, do you really need larger rotations if you understand where buyers and sellers are located? Like, it's nice if we get continuation, right? But like, you can technically scalp just understanding where value is being found at any point, and then just like looking at those areas of interest and only participating there. Right? Like, if we know that our level of interest is this 60 to 63 and we're willing to push, like we're willing to participate here, and we have a limit here at this low, and we know a seller's here, and we're looking for a bid to step in and push out, you can even risk off here and you can trade size in this area. I'm not recommending it, but I'm just letting you know, like, as long as you understand where like people are positioning, you don't need breakouts to make money. You just trade the node low and high, or trade the break and hold out of a node. It's a very important inflection on the Russell here. See if we can hold this retest 14.3. Russell holding nicely so far. Need to see this confirm a low and a break. Yes, just oscillating. Nothing to really say as of yet, but if the Russell can't find this higher low, then we look for a breakdown and then continuation. Want to see us back over this 2016 on RTY. ASAP. Yeah, and I think this is just a matter of like zooming out again. This is why I have this on a higher time frame, not a higher time frame, but just as a single pane. You can see what I'm talking about, of what you are like. This needs to become supportive, and we need to see that look back above that 63. That like 64. And then a hold and a showing, or this is just your seller. Like, we're hitting our head on that node and failing. And it's like, okay, well, where are we going to rotate down into then? Okay, well, looks like this 39.75 to 37.50 area to me. Did they really go back on it, Varg? Too much Rule 34? It was a bit wild. I really don't see a problem though if they just had a settings. Like it shouldn't just be. It's whatever. I don't mind having like adult content on the platform, but it should be a setting in a profile on your own profile and not just like clicking onto a section. Like it should be something that you have to allow, and there should be some sort of like proving. I don't mind it though. I don't know. But I think that the way that they had it set up was really weird. Like you shouldn't just be able to like go onto the art section and see that kind of stuff. Like it should be age restricted. But having like adult, not like, I'm not calling like full on adult content, but like mature content makes complete sense. I mean, they allow M-rated video games that have that kind of material in it, so why wouldn't you allow for artistic expression in that sense to also be displayed? You're gonna allow only the finished product, but not people developing it? Doesn't make any sense. Like, if you allow people to stream Baldur's Gate, then you should allow the dev team to be able to stream the making of Baldur's Gate, right? Which has those kind of same themes. Maybe I don't know if my logic makes any sense to you guys, but it just doesn't allow, like, you're allowing mature games with nudity still. Okay. What's the difference? Morning, Izzy.
So according to sources, ECB policymakers say any cut before June would be difficult, so ECB policymakers don't expect to change the message on steady rates before the March meeting, according to sources cited by the newswires. So looking into this then, as European Central Bank policymakers do not expect to change their message on the need for high interest rates before their March meeting, making any rate cut before June difficult. This is according to 7 people familiar with the matter telling the newswires.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of, we have very defined ranges that are continuing to be, are just gonna continue to test these edges. I don't know if we get any sort of like huge move today. I think you just get both sides trapped. Yeah. Super cringe sauce. It's like on like a hot tub stream. Ooh. You don't get a breakout until, okay, so I'll draw this out again. You're now trading in the lower edge. Right. So you need to see either a push above and hold in this quadrant, or you're looking for sellers to hold this quadrant below. You need to see a look above and hold, or a look below this and then hold. Like, there's not much here. Do we see the pivot? And turn off.
So in 10 minutes time now at 12:25 p.m. Eastern Time, Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem is due to release text of his speech as he speaks in Toronto. Details of the event are available on Bank of Canada's Macklem's entry on the calendar.
Trying to like keep the visual clean. You want to see a strong offer here if it's going to go down, and that should lead to these failing if it does, if sellers step in here. Have a good one, man. If you shorted that 52, this is your first risk off into 44. You need to see a push below this for a push down into 37. Bottom of the range. Again, you're just in this oscillation until you see 71 go off sides. I mean, we just have such clear pivots, and like as long as you're willing to wait for the pivots, you just, it is what it is. As long as you're not looking out for like these huge breakdowns, like it's a very tradable range. I've traded it only a few times, Tom. Most of the time I just don't see a point. Yeah, looks fine. Usually I use YM as
So in 5 minutes time now at 12:25 p.m. Eastern time, we
we're gonna
expect the
get,
text
like,
release
if it's a
ahead of
momentum
Bank
day
of
or
Canada's
not.
Governor Macklem's remarks. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I trade NQ. That's why YM's good when the market is moving together and we have momentum. Because if not, then you might as well just be looking at like the Russell and NQ separately to kind of separate that like healthcare, manufacturing, energy, those kind of names. At least I've kind of found that to be the case. But it's really nice when we're like just trending up intraday. But I don't have a good feel for like how it moves in the DOM. I'd have to train it a lot more. I just don't know. Maybe I'll have to do a day where I just trade that. That's usually how I practice these kind of things. Like one of my off days. Yeah. I do need to remind myself though that like when I see very clear, I have a really clear read of the Russell, I need to just trade the goddamn Russell. Sometimes I get into this like mindset where I'll like trade off of it and then I'll like to the T picture perfect RTY trades, but I'm like trading ES. It's like, well, okay, just trade RTY, man. Sometimes I get so like locked in that I forget that that's even an option. Yeah, it's really good. Very clear.
I just like, for the way that I've been trading a lot lately with these smaller rotations, NQ just makes the most sense to me, especially trading off the ES charts. It's just like I get larger returns off these little micro ranges on EOS. Yeah, isn't that crazy? What a thought, Gav.
1 minute remaining for Bank of Canada Governor Macklem's text release.
Yep. Yeah, you should just be risking off into 60s until we see a push above and like very clear hold.
10 seconds.
Like, it is what it is.
So seeing comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem then. It says it's changed the time of the rate announcement to 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time from 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That's effective January 24th next year. Governor and Senior Governor will henceforth give a press conference every rate announcement. So again, Bank of Canada are going to be doing press conferences every announcement and pushing forward the time of their rate announcements by 15 minutes. Governing Council will continue to debate whether monetary policy is restrictive enough and how long it needs to remain restrictive.
I have
As
two left
growth
here into
slows
60.
and inflation pressures ease, we can't rule out bumps along the way. So it's still too early to consider cutting the policy rate. Inflation has come down, but it's still too high. The next 2 or 3 quarters will be difficult for many. Jobless rate is likely to increase further. Further declines in inflation are likely to be gradual, given the push and pull on inflation in the coming months. It says 2% target is now in sight. We're not there yet, but conditions are increasingly appear to be in place to get us there. So it says Canada to move the deadline for the securities repo to 10:15 Eastern Time again as well, effective December 18th. So the Bank of Canada say the Governing Council will continue to debate whether monetary policy is restrictive enough and how long it needs to remain restrictive. It says we don't expect the next few years to be as volatile as the last few have been. It says we expect growth and jobs to be picking up later next year and inflation getting closer to the 2% target. It says that next year will be a year of transition. The period of weakness will pave the way for a more balanced economy. And Bank of Canada's Macklem says we do expect shelter price inflation to moderate over time. Predicting the time is difficult. It says economic growth stalled through mid this year. We expect it to remain weak into next year.
What was my entry? I'm just buying off of 44s and then averaging up into this 51 to 55 if I see a bid. And then selling into 63s. Just playing the range. Right, like I'm willing to put risk on at the lows here, and then I'm willing to put average up on it, look above, and then the hold above. So if we get a look above, I look for the bid. If we get a look below, I look for that as the offer. Just as our mid pivot. That's it. Oh, yeah.
What is going on, range traders?
Yo.
Hello. Hello.
Oh.
What's up, Rory?
But yeah, so Sauce, like my fills were here in this area, off of this push down, and then the pop. Yeah, right. Yep. Yep. Like I'm just playing the range.
Two US Treasury officials head to Brussels and London next week to discuss the Russian oil price cap.
Sell into 63, 62, 61, an R high, right? We understand that our seller's here. We've already marked it. Need to see a push above and hold, or this is just the high of our range again.
Why is that Pepe yellow? Is he sick?
He was painted with coffee.
Oh, true. Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Albino Pepe. That's like me sauce.
Oh?
Except I spill it on myself.
I think I might just be jaundice.
Hmm. Like that guy who, what did he rub like too much silver all over his body and he turned blue?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that when, that's a bold when.
This Russell, I don't know, man.
Bold When?
4808. Hello?
Yeah, that's our high.
Hello?
All-time high.
You think we're getting up there?
Only 34 points.
Let's
Think
break
about
out
it.
of the range first, bud. You know?
We only have 34 points to the all-time high, but 4,700 points to the all-time lows. So your risk to reward is down.
All I needed to know. Full port.
Yeah.
Easy. That's what I have as our resistance as well, too. It's this 808.25 to 10. But first you got to get over 803. That's your first real good luck. And then before that, you got to break over this 80.
I'm with you, Sauce. I believe.
You
Don't worry, buddy.
believe? Surely.
Well, Rory has taught me that optimism outweighs objectiveness, so I'm choosing to be optimistic.
I don't know. I need to see Roy's lifetime P&L before I can confirm if that's actually true.
I saw this on Twitter. Did I save it? I hope I saved it. I don't remember if I saved it.
Oh, I don't. Is that deal that I sent on Amazon Prime? Is that worth for you? Did you see
It's
that?
good, yeah. I did those in the past. I'm not doing that. I'm done this year.
Oh, okay.
But no, it's definitely worth.
If you guys have Amazon Prime and you play that gotcha soccer game, there's a deal right now for a free character. Dude, you're positive. Huge. He was down 600k that quickly? Hello? 81 days? Holy shit. I'm just following our pathing that we have here. I stopped out of my final long and then it flipped short. So I'm short 52 off of a limit from my close, my position on the retest, and then push down into this low. But just with one contract here, just with a break-even stop at this pivot. Either it breaks back over 55s or this low holds, right? Like I don't know. We're currently trading in a range, but that rejection is what we were looking for. There's really not much to talk about here. The ranges have been marked out. You're looking to see if the Russell is able to hold and recover. We're just back at opening range high here on NQ and back down into our low pivot on ES.
Boy, this is a dad joke. Yep, I knew that was coming, Tom. Saw right through that one.
Okay, this is where you need to be a bit careful. We're pushing back down into our 71 pivot on ES, which has been a really nice reactionary area. And I'm just moving my stop off on this one lot that I have on this short because I don't have size to risk off. So you're basically just watching to see if these lows are now our seller, if they're willing to hold here on this retest. Or a push down into VWAP, basically. Again, we're at the bottom of our ES oscillation and Russell double bottom, so you would need the Russell to break this low and then show acceleration down, and then we can maybe get a move down to ADR. But until then, you have to consider that this is the low. And not look for like a initial position here. This is a risk off or wait for a clear hold below our current range. Don't get caught on the wrong side of the trade at an edge. You would need to see buyers lose this 3750 on NQ to be confident that this would continue down. So far defending it on retest, but you want to see like a really aggressive push below and then that to then hold on offer, I think. That'll be your first sign of weakness. And for upside, you want to see a push back over 44s on NQ, and then for that to bid. Just as like your two pivots to watch for. Now that this move's been done. Are you guys doing okay today in chat? Struggling, not trading, just watching? What's the deal? So-so. Understandable. Extremely well. Yeah, and that's fine, right? Yeah, today's a day to go break even and not risk the account. Don't expect too much. If you're struggling today, that's no problem. Just don't put more on the line, right? Don't double down. Looking for some sort of larger move when we've clearly seen just like a failure on both sides. Either you're like willing to take smaller, you know, edge trades, or just reevaluate Monday, I think.
Most people have been doing pretty well about that. I might be wrong. It might just be my perception, but I feel like you guys have improved on that over the last couple weeks. Yeah, well, that's good for you. That's pretty low. Usually it's 10 plus, so nice job, buddy.
I'll be right back. I'm short from 865, took 4 twice. I have only 2 runners, stop 846 micros. Nice, yeah, I think that's a great trade, man. I'm fully closed from my 55 short. I just have one at 52, one runner here.
And Southside Sweeper finally came in here.
This is your VWAP on NQ into 823.
70 ES.
So I just moved stops down, Zach, as we push down into here, because you don't know if this is going to be enough of a hit. This is kind of where I'd be watching to see if buyers really aggressively defend here at this Globex high to VWAP. Again, I just have this one contract. So I'm just moving my stop down as we come in. I really do like the Russell push into this zone for our test for the bottom. Like into here. If it doesn't just bounce at this Globex low here at 2004. Hopefully people, this 37 short, if you took it off the pathing, or this push back down below 71s, and then the hold. So your nice like targets, but you need to see like some really aggressive action to push us back over here, or we can just chop in this new range between 830 and 812 on NQ. And this 71 and 64 on ES. It's just our original buy from this morning.
retest here, yes.
Yeah.
And Q as well.
And we have posted the live video to Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem on the feed for all those interested.
I'm flat from the look below Globex on NQ. I'm waiting for a new entry, either back at 830s at the highs or a push back down at the lows. So let's see what our reaction here is at our 830. See if this is now our offer. Just as we were doing before, are these buyers offsides and are sellers willing to now defend this as our node?
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly US Baker Hughes data, oil rig count prior 503, and total rig count prior 626.
Zero tick test there into ESVWAP. NQ almost structural test. There'll be a pretty strong lower high on a reoffer if we can't bid over.
If you shorted 30s, you need to see a push below 23, sorry, this like 2375, basically 24, but this will create your higher low. So just as we were looking for this 30 short, you want to see this push below and then defended on sell side for continuation. You have to be careful at this 16 for your buyer liquidity there. Watch that. I only have one left here from the 30. Watch what happens into 16, just move your stops.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly US Baker Hughes data, oil rig count prior 503, and total rig count prior 626. Rig count
Seeing some slight higher lows here. We're also obviously stronger bid. Keeping an eye on Apple Microsoft here. I know they have not really been trading much with anything today, but if those get weak and start to fill some of these downside imbalances, it can make sense for specifically ES to trade down into this lower distribution, and NQ obviously has room on this initial like 15-minute candle today.
Oops.
Just as I said that, Apple broke low. There's two pretty clear imbalances on them to look once again for if we get a tech bid. I know, like I said, they have not been amazing signals today, but still worth keeping an eye on in my opinion.
This is your first test to see if buyers are going to defend here at a higher low. I think on ES, the 6675, 67 level basically. Just like keep an eye. You want to see if this is going to hold or not. If we like fail and look below, I doubt that this this area holds the previous low that we were looking at. You really want to see buyers like push off of this if they're going to. Yeah, I think it's a good area to try to cover, because like, who are you positioning with here? Our sellers are now going to at least risk off some of their short as we're pushing back into our buyers here on this node edge. So like,
shortly
until we get
expecting the
below
US
pullbacks
Baker Hughes
low,
data, I'll lead
right?
with the oil rig count.
I mean, it definitely can continue, right? But like this 6675 is just like not a bad level. Yeah, you'll have another opportunity for sure.
Fed's Bostic says he won't make too much of market action since this week's policy meeting, and says strength of the economy does still present the possibility of stalled progress on inflation, a reason to not to overreact to recent positive signs.
Don't
Bostic
be
says
impatient.
inflation over 3 and 6 month horizons will be useful markers in coming discussions.
Because like
Bostic
this
says
is a pivot
policymakers
across the
need to
board.
determine what the right neighborhood is for inflation that would warrant rate reductions, but data has been getting close. Bostic says the US economy is still a ways from the Fed's 2% target.
Yeah.
And progress has been coming faster than I expected. Bostic says Fed officials are pretty much in the same place right now, that policy rate is at a peak conditional on inflation progress continuing. Bostic sees 2024 GDP growth at just over 1%, unemployment
Man,
at
that's a great
4%
trade.
by the end of next year, and
Perfect, like
PCE
trade the
inflation
range,
at
leave the runner.
2.4%.
I'm fully
Bostic
out here.
sees 2/4
Russell into
percentage point
Globex
interest
low.
rate cuts in 2024, with the first sometime in the third quarter, assuming expected progress on inflation continues. Bostic says rate cuts are not an imminent thing, but has instructed staff to begin developing possible principles and thresholds to guide the process. Business contacts are not talking as if large job losses are imminent. The Fed will listen closely for any change. Any risk of a new inflation spike has declined significantly. It will take several months for the Fed to get an adequate signal and develop enough confidence in inflation continued decline to reduce rates. The Fed has been surprised throughout the coronavirus pandemic, a reason for policymakers not to get anchored to a policy path. It won't take too much of market action since this week's policy meeting.
If you couldn't hear me, I fully closed my short into this. I'm looking to see if we get our buyer push and a higher low here, and if RTY can find a low, more importantly, out of everything into Globex low. But NQ came into our
Seeing oil rigs come in at
501,
501, 501, and
66.75.
total rigs at 623, 623.
I don't care if I miss a few more points. I just don't want to be in at a potential large inflection point and then a push out, especially if I know that I can get an extreme on either side and get a re-entry. I do not care. Something to look at on NQ of like why, like we need to see acceptance below this node. We have a POC here, right? So why would we not risk off into this POC at 98.25? And the same thing on ES into this 66.75. Like if you were going to risk off anywhere, it's here at these developing POCs. 476675 on ES, 79825 on NQ. They're just our Deepak level from the push up. So we know a buyer's here. Why wouldn't you close your short there until we see a clear acceptance below it? Yeah, right? So, like, there's nothing to be like, oh, I missed an extra 1 point. Like, you're like, well, like, nah, man. Who cares? Clearly, it was a good area to risk off. Look, we're stagnant now, right? Like, there's definitely someone attempting. We can get more, but whatever. We'll figure it out. But, like, that stagnation's good, right? It gave you a good understanding that there was liquidity there. We were correct. And then it gave you the perfect exit for your short. Yeah. And we'll get an extreme, like we'll either get a retest of 71s or we'll get a push below and then we can look for lower. Yeah. But I mean, even so, dude, like what, you like would have made another extra 50 cents per contract? Surely. And like, I don't even know how much liquidity was traded into this low. Like, you may have not even gotten filled before the push back up. I don't know. This is why I'll always load off into a level and not like wait for that level exactly. I don't know how much liquidity is going to be traded there or if I'm going to get filled. I might be right, but is being right better than making money? Maybe for some of you. Man, as of right now, we've called the low. Now we just need to see if we find acceptance back above. You need to see it. The levels we're really paying attention to are NQ retesting Globex high, which we'll be pushing into in a second. But like the Russell still hasn't confirmed the bottom, but Stacked has printed a buy signal at Globex low as of right now. So as long as we're holding that, that's like a good level to risk off. And if we push below it, then we can look for that pop down into previous low. But until then, like, yeah, it is what it is. Here's your retested Globex low. Globex high. See if sellers defend this now.
Halfway back, 0 tick. Tick just slammed back down into 1,000 there.
Yeah, right at
71.
Globex high.
Yeah, ES still that first pocket into ORH.
And the Russell failed to hold below. So we'll see. Just need to see a push back over that 19 to 23 on NQ. Till then, until the Russell confirms that bottoming, we can go to that like 98, 2000 area ADR. But higher lows are still being maintained. Just need to get back over VWAP Globex high. I don't know, do people understand the logic of why, like, that this area made sense? Risking off and, like, closing shorts, and then looking for potential longs, or just risking off in itself? I mean, other than, like, seeing it on the chart that we're going up, but, like, why? Really? Yeah, man. You know, again, you probably just play this up into 71 like we were talking about on ES. And this will be that NQ VWAP test, and then you see if a strong seller steps in there. Like, if a strong seller shows their hand at NQ VWAP here, and sorry, and I'm talking about Globex VWAP, both sessions. So that's why the VWAP's there at that 2375. This is that zone where we need to see if we fail to hold back over Globex high on a look above. And then if our seller is going to be positioned anywhere, I'd expect them to be here between this 19 and 2375. Does that mean that I'm shorting here? No. But if I was going to, this is where I would try. This is also where I'd be closing some of my longs, right? It's the same principle. Personally, I'm either going to wait for us to recover VWAP, or I'll be looking to play that edge at the bottom again where I closed my initial shorts. Don't need to be in every rotation. We risked off into the low, so that's all that matters. We did the right thing. Yeah, and like if 801 becomes resistance, right? Like if this area goes offer, we can look for a push down into the 780 area that we were watching for earlier today. Just as we have drawn out. This is like our low pivot on NQ. We had that 57.25 marked as our bottom, and then we were looking for offers above this, right, for the rebid. This is
And Bank of
this area
Canada's
where
Macklem says the US Fed will do what it needs to do. We're going to focus on what needs to be done here in Canada.
So I have this 80 to 71 area marked as our pivot zone if this doesn't hold off of our POC shift. Same for on ES, we have this 64.25 to 62 as our low if this 66.75 doesn't hold. This is the same thing that we covered in that our lesson about the DPOC, right? The developing POC. Like if we lose the high, we now can mark this one as our seller POC, and we can mark this one below us as our buyer POC.
And Macklem says it's too early to start discussing whether to cut rates in Canada. We're still discussing whether we raised rates enough and how long they need to stay where they are.
That's so funny, yes. Nice.
Actually made my day.
That's a classic rant.
This makes you what an officially like published and recognized author now. Throw that on the LinkedIn.
That's great. Has she heard me? How did she know about that? If you, I'm always fascinated. It's like what Surf was talking about, like, who are Mario and Sig? Him trying to explain what TFC is and why he's on Discord every day.
Just the boys.
Yeah. Yeah, should we offer that laser etched for you guys at our TFC store? One of the 10 classic Sig rants. Actually, a calendar of me just bullying you every day. It's yes. Oh, my trade of 8 really just crashed. God.
Yikes.
Here we go again. Retest of our Globex high here on NQ. Need to get over that 19 to 23.75. I should 24. Let's call it 24. Too many numbers. Can't be bothered. There we go. Easy.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. $82 counterparties take $683.254 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
If you're the guy who's supposed to tell us exactly what that means. If you don't understand, I don't know if anyone does. And that
Sorry, I'm just reviewing chat.
Bruce.
List.
Did you look at China at all today, Sig?
No.
Okay, so Baba barely pumped. There is like, the plunge protection patrol came in with like over 100 bill last night.
Interesting.
But Baba has not. Is FXI? Yeah, that's what. Okay, FXI is actually red on the day. Great job.
And K-Web's up 22%, or 0.22%. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, whoa.
You know. I go to China. China.
Can't find this post.
Am I blind? Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, ETFs are like pretty mixed.
Yeah.
Individual names are up a bit. JD leading for US markets. Baidu is only up on our American listing 1%, but on Chinese futures, it's up 4%. So, bit of a mix there.
I think this is most of the info that isn't.
Oh, they're trying to pump it again?
Yeah, the other thing with all the data release yesterday, they kept blaming the Taiwan
yeah.
like trade restrictions. It's like the Eric Andre meme with the gun, and they shoot it, and they're like, "Why would Taiwan do this?"
Yeah.
Higher lows on tech underlines here. Obviously higher lows on ES and Q as well, barely on ES. But just oscillating. Nothing really noteworthy, just a little change.
See, for like me personally, again, I don't want to like keep going back to this, but like that 766, 7.75 was a great short risk off because we know liquidity's here. Like this is where, right? And now we're just chopping sideways. So it's like, what do you want to be trapped in a position here in this like stagnation? The same stuff we were talking about earlier. Like the areas of interest are of interest because we expect a liquidity, right? So we should expect some chop in these regions, and that'll give us an idea if we're gonna find a low or not. Like we played the nodes. This is a node, so we risk off here, and now we're seeing that's kind of like chop, and until we see the push below, like I have zero interest. Or like if we pushed back up to the 71, I would care. Might be able to get a short reload into this box.
US reverse repo bids hit the lowest since around mid-June 2021.
Like I'd rather just fully risk off into this level and then wait for either a push back down like that or acceptance below. Until then, you're just expecting kind of like a range and decision afterwards. Yeah, like there's just watch what happens into like this 30-32 on NQ if we push overview up. That's where your seller reoffer is. And we can see that just with a node, right? Like this, it's right here. So this is where you're looking to see if shorts are going to reload. So if this guy who's trying to stack at 25s on NQ gets pushed off sides and then it flips offer and then the offer holds and they move liquidity down to that level to catch him offside, like then that'll probably be the high. Just like watch your DOM there. Watch that 25-25 if that liquidity gets taken and then pushes below. Until then, we just watch to see what happens into this 30-32 on NQ. See if a seller's still sitting there.
Same thing with 71 on ES. 600 contracts still sitting.
71 liquidity got pulled.
Alright. Should get a reaction now. We'll watch. We're at our 71 pivot on ES, back to the high of the range. Do sellers step in to push this thing back down? Or can we get back over? This is your test. If you are short, you're kind of your first risk off. NQ retesting VWAP on our pivot at the 24. If you shorted 71s on ES, the top of the range, this is the mid, right? So you're now looking to see if buyers are willing to hold the higher low or not as we come back in. I do not have the answer for you. All I know is that 71 is our edge. There'll be another opportunity if this VWAP holds and we maintain these higher lows. We're just coming up to this supply above at this 40 to 44 on NQ. This is just a good little short-term celery offer thing. And then nice little long from what was our resistance, then became supportive at VWAP on the look above, up. Now it's just kind of a waiting game to see if the seller is still sitting here at this 37.50 to 44 on NQ as we come back up into VWAP here at the 71 to 72.50 on ES Globex. Let's see what happens here. And the way that I usually look at this kind of stuff is it's just like, okay, well, we just oscillated. Are we going to be able to find acceptance back into this range, or is this going to be where like our offer is kind of like just sitting? And then what we look for here is a push into here, and then that lower high for confirmation, or a push back above, and then the hold of this node. That'll give you the push back up. And there's your VWAP on ES. and right into our supply on NQ here. So until you see a pushback over 44s and then a bid, I would be risking off here. I'm flat, but you're looking for acceptance back above opening range high, or this is where you're expecting a pushback below from sellers. Yes, see?
Easy.
Yeah, right. But it's like, yeah, it's a meme, right? But like, sellers at ESVWAP? No way. But it's like, yeah, okay, great. But now trade it, right? Like, if it's, like, do it. You have a very clear invalidation if it's gonna not work, right? We see the sellers there, we see the push down, we have our level of interest. You want to see that push down, and now just, like, play it out. And trade back down to opening range high, right? Now you're looking for a push below that 71 again, and for that to go offer, or you're just chopping and looking for acceptance back into this previous range. But like, you can still make money there. That's been my point all day, is that you just like find the areas of higher probability, trade it. This is our same seller here level that I had marked from earlier in the day that then became supportive on NQ. I don't know if you guys remember that. This has been our pivot on the day. Either we're trading in this lower range or this higher range. Right? Like this area. In our box.
Almost a full tick oscillation here. I wonder what... Did a sector just die? What pulled tick like that?
The Russell. Something in the Russell.
Yeah.
Something in the Russell. Just to give an understanding, I have no interest in a trade until we get a pushback over this, for me. For a long trade, I should say. Or a pushback down into these lows. Like, we're just at our pivot here. So, like, either we're going to fail and then push down. That'll be your short setup. Right, on this retest, on a look below. or you're going to be watching to see if we can reclaim this node that we took our original short off of, and look for that to become our buy side for a pushback up to the highs. But like until then, like you're just at your range retest here, so not looking for like breakout trades. You can see like you love it when it plays out in real time.
That'll be risky enough. Under 69 here.
That's your NQV up here. If it doesn't bounce right here, then you look for a pushback below Globex low at 19s. Just want to see if this FEG low can hold. Great job, Sauce. I don't know. I mean, hopefully, like, you guys are starting to understand this concept on these edges, and like the look below, and then like the seller showing their hand, and then the push. It's like we're not looking for this breakout until we see that push above and then hold. Until then, like this it is what it is. Here's your 19 test. Sorry.
One of the major no, it's fine. One of the major takeaways should be that it's not winning all of the time, but when it does win, even on a day like today on ES, you're pulling 4 to 5 points, maybe even more on a runner, and when you're wrong, you can know within 2 to 3 points.
Yeah.
So like the R&R has potential to be, 3-4 to 1 on a 5-minute trade, and that's pretty substantial for a time of trade.
Yep. Like when your invalidation level is actually 1.5 points, like it's pretty good.
I have one runner left here. Would be looking for 64 preferably, but if we bounce here, I'll just take it off. And
Yeah. This is RTY ADR finally. That's like your first real look to see if this is enough, or if we'll push below to this FEG that's here. This is like where I actually start to get interested if the Russell bottoms here for a pushback up. I'm gonna delete this now, now that we have fully played the move. See if the Russell can bounce here. Or we look for a push probably down to this 92.3 if we don't get the low right here. And what we're looking for is a pushback above this 204.1. Need to see Delta start to show that it wants to base.
I am flat off that sweeper.
Yeah, looking for the Russell to base here. Not a bad area to attempt if it's going to pop. Need to see a push below 62s for me to be any more bearish. Here's our look. See if it holds. I'd need to see it to go offer if it was going to continue down. Or this will just
Or
base.
ES.
Yeah.
A new low. That is like a liquidation candle. Holy cows.
There's our pivot zone on NQ, 71s to 80s. This is where we'll just start to look to see if a higher low will be put in.
Somebody just got a shoulder tap on their desk.
Really solid buy up our pivot zone. You need to see push back over, or this could result in another push down. Again, I'm just watching to see if the Russell will hold ADR here. Still think that longs make sense to try, as we are at the areas of interest, and until we see a hold below, which is what we'd want to see right now on ES, the 62 to 64 staying offer, and then a strong selling. This is kind of where I'll be looking to see if a bottom will be put in or not.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Fed Goolsbee says the Fed may need to shift its focus to jobs.
I think below like the 71.25, that's when you can start to look for this push down into this FEG here at the 750. But until then, like it's gonna be really rough here. Looking for more. I'd rather just like understand where I'm at in the range and just look for a low. RTY pushing into our 96.
Goolsbee says it was important to be aware that historically, when the unemployment rate starts going up, it doesn't just gradually drift up, it tends to go up rapidly.
Wait for the Russell to confirm. Still pushing down into our zone here into 96. Seeing higher lows potentially being put in on Delta, on ES and NQ. But we need to see the Russell show that it cares.
And Fed Goolsbee did not rule out the possibility of the Fed cutting interest rates at its meeting in March. Futures market shows investors see a likelihood of more than 75% that the Fed will start cutting interest rates in March.
Definitely someone trying here, right? So just gotta wait it out. Yeah. Gotta wait it out. If you're not trying long, you have to wait for that guy to be offsides and that push below 71.25. Russell still trying to attempt the bottom, but hasn't confirmed it as of yet. Yeah, I mean, I like that 780. The 780 to 71.25 is good. He's your boy.
Not really.
No.
I think he posts good content, but
Yeah,
I
he
would
posts some
not.
content. That's decent.
He's
someone that I've told you guys about before.
Yeah.
He's kind of a whiner.
That's... he's like just enough ego-driven, or I'm not like a huge fan, but he has good content.
Yeah.
Like...
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, for similar information that's more like clear-cut but causes you to think, I think Vertiman is far superior.
Indeed.
And for more our types of trades. Like... So...
He's definitely good.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, he knows
But-
how to trade.
Understand that his risk is like 60 points.
Yes.
At most of his trades.
Yeah.
Like, his risk is you getting stopped out and your house getting foreclosed.
Which is why I really like Verniman, because he's been in the game for so long, but he's just a two-lot warrior, and like,
Yeah.
just trades really systematically in intraday scalps that are similar to what we try to teach. And... No, I've definitely like posted some of his stuff before, and so sick. Like we said, he's not a bad trader.
Yeah,
by any means.
He just has way different risk than
Correct.
the way what we talk about. Like, Set is looking for... He'll put on like 50 points of risk, and he's looking for like 500 points of upside, and he'll be wrong twice and liquidate half his followers, and then he'll go long again and then push up and make up for it.
Yeah.
Right, like, to me, like, I'm looking for 5 points of risk and looking for the same kind of return.
Yeah.
So, and you can see, like, we had a similar levels with, like, the 780, but my risk to reward is 71 to 780 for NQ.
Just, I don't know, I would, and you guys know this about me, but I would rather, instead of looking for a 10 to 1 return, I'd rather trade a 2 to 1 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I'm eating a little bit more fees, but that's just how I prefer to handle risk.
Well, see, again, like, he holds positions overnight, so it's hard to follow a person like that if you are on a prop account, because...
Yeah, that as well.
Okay. Now he'll be talking about a position that he's been long on for a week and a half.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you do? Like, okay. So I don't think I think it's great as like a resource to review.
Correct.
But that's about it.
Yeah. Once again, nothing bad. Like, the guy's a good trader.
Yeah.
It's just a different style.
You risk off here into 805. This is your seller reoffer if you bought the 780 to 771 on NQ. You need to see a push over or this is where you expect sellers to try to reject. Russell got our bid into our 96 and pushed back up, but we know that we need to get back over this pivot here. We need to see a recovery from these previous buyers. We can clearly see that this is our seller reoffer above with this wicking. Hopefully this was enough for you to understand what I was looking for. I wrote it on the chart. I forgot a D, and that's how fast I wrote this. Yikes.
Huge.
Oh yeah, like I'm looking now. He's a 20-point stop on that 780. Why? Like what? Just get back in. Like I don't know, man. That's like a completely different philosophy.
Is Adrian here today? No. Bye, Gav.
Later, Gav. Have a great weekend. What's the P&L so far? Man, I wouldn't worry about what, I mean, I'll show you. But I don't worry about that. Your P&L and my P&L will always look different because we trade different size and have different risk parameters. It's about understanding have our trades been working? Have we been executing well? But here you go. This is our one second. I don't want you to get like too held up with that.
And so the Wall Street Journal, citing Fed Scoresby again, say, I expect rates to be lower next year than now, but not significantly.
Later, Cass. Have a good one. Sorry, I just saw that. Did you see that, Mohammed, or do I need to repost?
So we have posted out the live updates piece from the Wall Street Journal where Fed Goolsbee is being interviewed. So again, that link's on the feed if anyone's interested.
Let's bid off that double bottom.
What the potential is? A lot of potential, man. Just got to get more comfortable and understand like why you're taking a position, and I wouldn't worry about the actual like monetary value. It's just like, is what we're saying playing out? Does it make sense? Is it actionable? Right? And then just practice, 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 and never try to bet the house on a single position. Nice. I'm glad. Exactly. Slow and steady. I've said it before, but you should never have like 1 or 2 bad days. Honestly, a week of bad days should not blow up your account. If you can slowly compound, right, like you shouldn't be putting on way more risk on losing days to a point where you're blowing up. Slow and steady.
Something on that we don't talk about too much, but if you're unable to have enough consistency at this point in your trading where trading ES or NQ is too much for that, there is nothing wrong with going down to MES or MNQ.
Yeah.
Until you can get yourself to a buffer or consistency point. It's a really hard part of like the human brain, but I promise you making $200 is better than losing 1,000.
Yeah,
I can almost guarantee it. I know it doesn't seem that way, but it is true. Once you kind of accept that, I think that's one of the main points in actual trading psychology to make a transition.
It really is. This is really important here. If we reject this 780 and we fail to hold these higher lows on ES and Q, and the Russell can't double bottom here, just wait to see if the Russell leads to downside here, or if we can like base. I don't like that the Russell rejected our pivot that we marked out. I need to see us continue to try to base here and build. Or we could see it start to lead down. really just watching the Russell to see if it can double bottom here. Everything else is just rotating ticks around our pivot, so no real idea as of yet. I mean, you want to see NQ get back over 80s and then hold it. You don't want that to be off for now. You want us over 60s on ES, right? But really all I'm worried about is the Russell failing to hold here and find a buyer. Because that would like change my narrative quite a bit.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says we are not taking further increases off the table. They haven't shut my stream down today. Love that.
It'll be right when we get some volatility.
Yeah. What's weird is they kept the stream, like the VOD is available. They just turned the stream off and now the VOD's just there. With the same music on. Like, what's the point? And it's not muted or anything.
Or can you just like jam for like an hour and a half and then only release it to SEG? We won't have to have the issue.
I don't understand. Well, I found this new stream. 12 hours of copyright-free music.
Huge!
And so far we haven't been, it's not a lie as of yet. We'll see end of day.
My favorite was with the tie and she got striked.
Yeah, dude. It's messed up, man.
Oh, it's amazing. He's like, yeah, just use my music. You won't get hit with a strike. Day one.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the data since last decision are increasingly porting towards monetary policy working.
The heck? I need to change the opacity on these. It gets a little ugly. invisible. Yeah, at the mid of that FEG and the low of our ADR. Need to see it pump back up above, or it'll just wreck some people here. Do I have a way of recording cello? Like, personally? Or do I know of a way? Yeah, I do, but I haven't played in quite some time. Like, I have, I'd have to, like, go to my parents' house and get my cello. I have my viola here. But my cello is like on display at their house as like a talking piece. Don't, yeah, like they're like in the living room. Grotto, bud. What? Hello?
Oh boy.
But yeah, I could. I mean, it's not like it's, I've got like a mic for it. Am I in shorts here? No. No. We wrist off shorts. Back up at 66.75 on ES. We looked for longs into 71 to 80 on NQ. And Russell into this low. Now we're just chopping, waiting for direction. I thought I was pretty clear that I wasn't in a position anymore for short side. I'll see if I can make some sort of fancy overlay for the stream. Give you guys some more clarity. Or you could just ask me. There's always that. Sorry, if you don't have the chart book, it's hard to see sometimes. Like, I'll put text like this, Robert. But if you have my chart book, then, like, this is known as our pivot. And we have to get back over this 800, 805 area on NQ, or this will just be where our seller reloads again. This is your first target here. You have to play off of this seller. You see where what I'm referencing? You need to see a push above this, and then the ability to hold for a push up into this next target. But until then, this is where you expect sellers to try. What we're looking for here is for a reclaim of this as our buying level. So you want to see this guy off sides, the seller gone, and then for this to become our bid on a retest on a look above. Until then, this is where you need to be risking off, or at least moving stops up on your longs if you longed from down here. If we can show this as supportive, we then can look for this as our next area of interest. And if this becomes supportive, we can then look for this as our next area of interest. We've been shorting from this 37 to 44 area multiple times today, as well as taking longs off of here. So this is kind of like our pivot. But until then, we have these gray boxes, which are just our most recent sellers. And we can see that is still our seller reoffer here. Need to see just a... Right, we're just like making higher lows, right?
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, when asked about market expectations of a rate cut in April, says the bank is really looking for further and sustained downward momentum in core inflation, some wage growth moderation as well.
So again, until we push above this and then can hold it as supportive, this is kind of it. You'd like to see this kind of just like hold and chop here, and then look above, and then bid, and then continue up. Come to this selling, reject, then kind of just chop around here, and then push back up to these highs. What you don't want to see is a push back below this, and then a pop down, and then a continuation. That's what you don't want to see.
And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says longer-term inflation expectations have thankfully remained well anchored, but shorter-term expectations have risen with inflation.
And if we look on ES, do you see why this level makes sense? Our opening range low. So what needs to happen here is that we need to be able to push back above, show this as supportive, right? Bid. Then we can look to fill this LVN here back up to our 66.75. We understand that we will... Where did that just go? So we want to see a buyer willing to defend this. We need to delete our indicators. There we go. Right, push above, hold that as support, pop, and then come up to the 66.75. If we can reclaim opening range low as supportive, we look for opening range mid.
Tick here.
And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, when asked whether the bank is done raising rates, says we may be done, we may not be done.
Trimmed.
Does that make sense? I'm just gonna path this out correctly. Jesus. Look in. I want to see this show as supportive. Pop. Go into next level. Figure out where we go from here. I don't know. All we want to see is that this seller is now we're willing to bid here on a look above.
I'm just into runners here.
Yeah.
ES longs looking for 66, 68. If we get under 63 and reoffer, I'll just take them off.
Yeah, I gotta see what happens with the Russell here at that 202.2. basically just we've filled the LVN on the Russell and we're now back to our node. Can we get back over to where buyers were, right, this low? And can we bid here? And then can we get back over our Globex low? Kind of our test here. This is your ES Globex low test at 65s. And this is your NQ opening range mid.
Well, I see this edge hold on ES. More defined than NQ, but very similar structure as Sig has drawn in, as we're talking about. Did anyone watch the Jeff Bezos, Lex Friedman interview yet?
I've just seen quotes from it. I haven't listened to it
I
yet.
haven't watched any of it yet.
What time frame? But then that's kind of the point of it. I'm glad that you're using it like that. No, I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything, as long as you understand what you're doing, there's nothing wrong with those kind of time frames. If you're trading off the DOM and then using that as just like an ATR, right? Like a Momo, like where you should kind of be positioning. I think you should, I wouldn't put a ton of faith in it as like still focus on your nodes, right? And your structure and your order flow that you've been focusing it on. But I think like having a reference point like that is just like a touchstone is fine. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all the indicators should be, always. It's a visual reference. Right? Because, like, the market isn't being based off of our indicators, so it's always going to be just a visual reference. Like, there isn't some robot who's moving the market around our stupid pivots. Like, it's all just an auction. But I think it does do a pretty solid job showing us trend and trend flips and targets. See if buyers are willing to defend this like we have drawn. Or if they push this thing back below. Russell's sideways since that 202.2 target. Need to see that thing get back above Globex low for me to be confident. I think if you played off of like that 71 to 80, that it's fine to leave a runner for a potential low. I think it's worth the risk, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But if you're in higher, like I would definitely, you know, be very moderate with your stops. Make sure that you can still take profit out of this range. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but like when we're at like extremes on our day and we find like a potential low, I'm more than willing to try to hold that position. Because what if it is the low, right? Like then it's the best potential entry, and I'm willing to kind of just have a break-even stop on it for potential further continuation up if my idea is that we're not going to get a large extension out of our current balance, and I think that there's potential for us to fully rotate back up in through the balance. Like there's no reason not to then, you know? To me, it just it has the RR.
So the US says it will act against threats and attacks in the Red Sea. So again, the US saying that it will act against the threats and attacks in the Red Sea.
I might be done for the day, guys. I don't know. It's been a pretty good day, and
so the US say that they are considering
hour and a
options
half
in
left.
response to
Yeah,
threats in the Red
Nice
Sea.
that our ranges. It was similar yesterday, where like we were actually oscillating good points, so trading the range felt way better than just sitting.
I'm gonna format my PC after I get off today. Hopefully that helps. If not, if a full wipe in driver and like I'm gonna like full wipe, I'm going to probably just do a full RMA if I can't fix it this weekend. Because I can't even play New World anymore on it after attempting to try to mess with things yesterday. Like games that previously were working now
And Bank
just
of
don't.
Canada's news conference
I was
has
actually really worried
has
about
ended.
today's stream. Look at that liquidity being offered at 625. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, I used DDU and it like ruined my PC. That's not true. But I did like a system restore and used DDU in safe mode. And then even after reinstalling all of my drivers, was still having issues. And then I tried to do a system restore back to before I used DDU. And then nothing works now. So it's like, what's the point of the system restore? It's just like, okay, man. I tried my
That
best.
was like when I was having the problems before I just made the RAM.
Alright, well. That's what it feels like, is.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be it updates fine. I obviously turned it off to move it. There's like a ton of times in the summer when they were doing construction that the power would just like zap out on me and it would like fully die and nothing. It works. Oh, yeah, seems totally fine. Yeah, but it's my setup. I think I need to RMA that as well because it can't handle my pull. It doesn't. The battery, it just instantly dies. So it's just a surge. Yes. Yes, I am sure.
Special smiley.
Mm.
What is this?
So yeah, I basically have like a $300 surge protector. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Self-reflection here. Why do I trade when you guys are not on? That's one of those things you would find out in your journaling. If you were doing it, you'd be like, huh, I seem to be successful in these hours. When are these hours? Oh, this is when Mario gets on. Or, oh, this is when Sid gets on. Maybe I am relying on them a little too much. Or maybe that is my edge. Either way, it's fine, but understanding that and then not giving it all back when we're not here is good to know.
Do 0 tick here. New half hour in 10 seconds.
Reloading
It's true,
longs
kids.
here. No, not yet. I need to see what happens with the Russell on this retest. I'd look for a double bottom on ES here if it was going to do it. I like the higher low on RTY, but I need to see the Russell catch a bid and break out. I think they're just screwing with people here on ES.
Yep.
I like the higher low on the Russell and the hold though, like a lot. But I think that you can get chopped up here quite a bit.
Yep.
And still be correct.
I still need to watch. Is the Invincibles all out yet?
They're doing a mid-season thing. So the first 4 episodes are out, and then you have to wait.
NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $2.49. Diesel January futures at $2.62. Gasoline January futures $2.14. And NYMEX WTI crude
It is
futures
super
settle
annoying.
at $71.43 a barrel. That's down 15 cents or 0.21%.
4 episodes is way too short to do a mid-season thing, especially because they like didn't do it. Like there was no content. Like the only episode that like felt like it had any real content was the last one. Everything else was just like catching up from last season. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm trying not to like spoil anything. But like it was just like the first 3 episodes was them dealing with the aftermath from the last 2 episodes of the previous season. And then like this last episode, episode 4, was like the first one that had like actual new content.
We're back into range high here. 0 tick again. Huge edge. Yeah, journal.
You need to see a push and hold over this 812. Oh, this will continue to be our seller. Again, I think you can get pretty chopped up if you aren't just playing off of either the ES double bottom or this 71 to 80 on NQ. So I just like be very careful. You're not already in a position that is up. I got stopped out of my last. Now I'm just chilling, hanging out. I think as long as the Russell is maintaining higher lows, you're probably fine regardless, but it might become pretty volatile. What I mean by that is like we can get another move like this, right? Like coming back down into these lows before we actually get a break. But like RTY is holding where it needs to, and that's really all of the confirmation you need right now. And what we're looking for is a push out like this.
Even as long as you're patient on ES, we're getting like 5, 6, 7 point rotations.
Yeah.
You just have to literally wait, and then you're making good money. But if you get offsides, you are getting destroyed.
Sig, you were saying Dappy. What? What?
Mm-hmm. Remember, kids, you don't have to be a father to be a daddy. Those are words I live by. Mid FVG here again. Would definitely only be positioned in runners. If you get a look up into 66, there should be a rebid to add if you want more size. Understand where we are.
We're like at resistance on NQ. You need to see like a really strong bid for me to be convinced that this isn't just gonna top here.
This is how I am sitting in a runner.
Watch as we come into this 24 to 30. You have an imbalance there on NQ.
I have not talked about this in a while, but since I've been posting some dog pictures today, I do think it's really helpful if you guys have room on your screen setup to go into your DOM settings on Tradeovate and show histogram, and you get your profile shape there. Can help position your buys and sells based on our profile shape. You don't have to be checking back and forth then because it's just right there.
So your Globex low retest on ES. Excuse me. Just filling this LVN, looking for ORM from the rebid off of ORL. Just kind of like filling out this node. Right.
66 quarter on ES is your FEG fill as well as structural retest. 75 being POC, or 67. 66, 3/4, 67. Whatever, take the tick. That's what I mean though. If you were patient and saw the aggressiveness into the low, higher low tick, like you're 7 points. Good rotations today.
You would want to see a strong buyer here on NQ if they were going to hold it at VWAP and GlobeX high retest. Pushes below this, then it comes back down to ORM, I think. So like you want to see liquidity grab in and then a pop, where this is going to come down here from our 24 seller.
Brent crude futures settle at $76.55 a barrel. That's down 6 cents or 0.08%.
Oh boy, I just found the best thread on Twitter ever. Holy cows. I love these. These bring me great joy. Oh, come on. There's 66, friends. I am flat.
Yeah, that's opening range
Came down
mid.
just a couple ticks.
Here's your 30s on NQ as we test our ORM into ES. As I would say, your real risk off will be the GlobeX low retest on the Russell, but these are really nice areas to understand that we expect some selling to occur here on like NQ, yes. But watch this level here on the Russell. Gonna delete this now that we saw that trade play, and now it's just chop until I see something else. I am not in a position. I repeat. I'm not in a position.
Cheers, Manly. Enjoy your weekend as well, my friends.
Later, man. I am so glad that you joined and that you've been listening and it's been helping. You love to see it.
Are you still here? Did you leave already? I think he's gone.
Love that for him as well. He didn't have the he didn't lurk after saying goodbye looking for another trade without us. I think of at least the 3 people who do that on a daily basis.
There we have 15 minutes till Ty comes back and goes, I missed the bottom!
Do we see why this is our risk off until we get above? Is it clear if I zoom out? On ES, is it clear? Change this like gray. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much more here, guys. Like, this is opening range mid from ORL, and these are our highs that we've now talked about. So it just could chop. I don't know. Don't have the answer. We just traded back up to this node and then rejected. Now just looking to see if like a higher low can build. Waiting for the Russell to figure it out. I'm personally like pretty traded out. I don't know. I mean, unless I see something like exciting. Pretty tired. I don't know. I think you like don't really get a real decision until we test Globex on RTY at that 2041. I think it's just like a drift, but I am not willing to put money on it. $807 to need to stay patient. What's the one proverb? What was the trade that you're looking for? I mean, I think the short was fine if you were willing to just wait for that 24 to 30. I mean, no, that's our pivot. I mean, other than that, I don't really think there's much here. The market's way too slow. I think like the long at the lows was good that we talked about, but now I don't think that there's like a great trade. The long where I covered. Oh. Got it. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know, man. But you wouldn't have known that. Right? Like, that's hindsight. I mean, all you're looking for now is for this, like, 63, 62 area on ES to hold the supportive. That's, like, actually it. You just want this to hold. If we turn this back on, actually, oh, that was weird. Okay, when did this duplicate as a 3-pane? I'm so confused. Here. Do you want this to hold to get more granular? Alright, we filled the LVN here. Now you want to see if we can hold the high of this node above. I'd like to see that happen at the 62.63 as we push down into it, but we'll see. What is happening? Trading view, please. It's never a good sign when my tabs start crashing on TradingView.
Oof.
So annoying, man. Yes, that's been happening to me all day. You have to like zoom in and out.
Don't jinx me, man. It's pretty good.
Or candles just like disappear. Yeah, it's like a very specific amount of candles on screen that make your candles disappear. Yes. So we just came back down to the bottom of our range on NQ and on ES. Russell still sideways. You need to get back over Globex high, where this is it. We got a really interesting wick on that, on a look down right into our liquidity at 59.50. But there's, again, not much here. I personally am not interested until we test Globex on the Russell at that 2004.1 or a look below our previous low. There's just like not really anything interesting here. We knew that there was a seller at that 24 to 30 on NQ. And now we're coming back down into the low of our range on that we've marked out. And I just need to see if buyers are willing to do anything here into the new hour. I just don't know. I wish I could put this... The tab keeps crashing every time that I try to post it, but let me try again. Duplicate. Move up. Delete. We're just playing off of this node, right? That's it. And you're looking to see if you can get acceptance back above, or if this is going to push below and then hold and then go for continuation down. Just looking at this as our node. Hopefully that makes sense. I'll be right back. All right, looks like we held our node. This is your test at Globex low for RTY. Finally came into that pivot at 2004.1. So let's see if we can get the hell out of here, or if this is our larger rejection.
Tesla bidding here. If Apple can get above VWAP, we could probably oscillate this node. If not, we just do the same rotation over and over again.
I'd like to see us bid here. I want to see the Russell hold. This is our retest. 2004.1 as we come into NQVWAP. I would like to be able to play off of this 20 level. 620. Sorry, 820. See if we catch a bid.
They're like exactly the same tie. Yeah, that's actually more per tick on ES.
I want to see a buyer step in here off this node if they're going to, and then I'll look back above 20s, or this is all for naught. And you need to see the Russell find this low. That's kind of our market direction. We already knew this is our pivot high on both of these, but I need to now see like a bid be able to hold. All we're looking for, again, is can we start to build above this Globex low and pop out? Or do we need to rotate back down? For me personally, I really want to see this hold and then pop and then push back over. If this becomes resistance, then we have to play off this low again, which would be annoying.
Give me 1 second.
Russell did the thing. Exactly what we wanted. ES and Q, doesn't matter. Held our rotations. Again, I said I was just gonna chop around until we get Russell decision. Need to see this continue up for our next target. We need to see this break our high here on RTY, or it really means nothing. We'll just continue to sell off into this ORM and this 24 to 30 on NQ. Ideally, we see a strong bid at 20s on NQ. That's really all I'm watching for, or we will continue to just rotate around these two gray boxes. As soon as we start to see like that 20 defense, that will be ideal. But Russell is really the only thing that I'm paying attention to know if we get more upside or not, if it's bullish or bearish. As long as we're able to maintain like these higher lows, we're slowly just pushing up, slow grind up, but the Russell is maintaining, like that's fine with me. What I mean by that is this was where we were looking on NQ, remember, as our low, the 71 to 80 area, and we are clearly pushing up. Does it feel great in this trade trying to scalp these? No, it doesn't. But like, if you are willing to hold off of this, right, you're fine. It's the when you try to do these like really slow rotations is when you get you screw yourself. Like if we thought we were at a low, might as well trade it up into this level. Now we're just waiting. We understand that NQ is basically just in a rotation, waiting for the Russell to figure out where it wants to go. I like the Globex low hold and retest. I need to see that continue to hold, and then I need to see us push over this 30 on NQ. Until that happens, just accept that this is kind of our trading range. Same for ES. Just trading between these two nodes, filling out the structure. No. Dude, why? Filling out the LVN structure that we had here. It's now going to become a singular node. The longer we spend here. And I'm not really bullish other than at these lows or above this, right? I need to see like VWAP get back. Until then, like, your range is here. Between this blue and this blue. There is not much.
I've returned to sit here and do nothing.
Yep.
I got some grapes on the way back.
Nice. Green, purple,
Mm-hmm.
green. Nice.
They're white seedless grapes, but they're
Ooh.
definitely green. They're on their last leg, though.
Yeah, cotton candy grapes are pretty good. Sometimes they're just a little too sweet for me. currency invoice. No. I can't be bothered to type to Varg. So tired.
Smart move. He doesn't deserve it.
So like, I don't know how many more times I can repeat. The only thing I care about is Russell holding this high or low. It's just...
I do not see myself taking another trade today.
Yeah.
It was like actually such a good OPEX day. Like everything played
Yep.
really systematically, and we had nice ranges. Like done. Yeah, and it played like on ES, well, and NQ. It played like 3 times tie.
Yeah,
Like
the
full
ES bottom
rotation.
was way better. Unless you caught the low on NQ for the first roll, like, for the first time.
It was like at like I don't know, like a half hour ago, Ty, before it was the last hour. We had like our last rotation, and I literally was like, I can't wait for 15 minutes when Ty rolls up and he's mad that he missed the bottom. And then there it is. Yeah, you just gotta come in a half hour early.
Russell's starting to show weakness with NQ into 24s isn't a great sign. You'd want to see this bid relatively soon. I don't want to see RTY make any lower. I want us to be able to maintain higher lows. Sorry. Like, actually really tired all of a sudden. Wow.
Nap
I
time.
am
You
done.
got up early last night.
Oh, yeah.
Or went to sleep kind of early too. But
Yeah, I went to sleep early and then I woke
Yeah.
up at like, I don't know, 4 in the morning or something.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5.
Just got on, did my dailies on New World, and then I was debating. I was thinking about flashing my computer this morning, and then I was like, that's a terrible idea. What if like I
Yeah.
like
It would have
just
been
wait?
fine. but-
Yeah, it would have been fine, but I'd rather, like, if there were problems with the stream or anything, I was like, just
Yeah.
I'll just wait until after. It's whatever. And then I wrote XY and essay on fire staff.
Yeah, I saw that. That brought me great joy.
Me trying to figure out why I wasn't doing 10k damage was a journey, you know. Might as well share it.
Yeah, but it was a good good ending.
Yeah. Just grind for a week straight for best in select year.
Easy.
Yeah, actually, easy.
Ty, what time do you usually start trading? Like 45 minutes in. You could for your schedule, yeah, you could just like, if we don't get the if you don't get like the 11:30 central like reversion, you should just leave then and then come back like a half hour earlier.
You don't
Then you
want to
can
stay
keep
lunch
using
anyways, man. Like,
Yeah.
fuck that.
Cause that's like my trades over the past like couple months. Like I've been like 11:30 to 12:30 central has been really good, and then 12:30 to 1:30 I basically do nothing.
I'm risking
Yeah.
off 1 into 30 here.
Well, you can that as well. Like taking an hour break from like Euro close to 11:30 Central, and then you can just peek back if we get a reversion then. And if yes, you just trade for another 45, and if no, then you just take that hour as well. Like 12:30 to 1:30 Central has been pretty lame-o lately. It was good today, but...
We are at our resistance into 67s on ES. Above this, we look for 68.25, but really not. Like, there's not much here, guys. I'm zoomed out. We're at the node, Phil. Right? We're here. We have filled the LVN. We are now back up to the high, where we keep hitting our head. NQ, same shit. You need to see a push over 30s and then a recovery, or we continue to sell off at this like 40 level. There's just... We got the move. I want to see the Russell come up to 2010.8. I am just in a runner. Do people understand the logic that I have about like the Russell holding Globex low for continuation and just like that being your pivot? And then looking for that to hold and then like just trade the range on NQES with a kind of like a bullish bias unless the Russell shows that it wants to deviate. Like these things are just like ES and NQ are just rotating while the Russell tries to find a low. Like, if we lose Momo and the Russell, and we're at this pivot on 830 on NQ, and this pivot at 67 on ES, and it just fully will rotate back down. No, they're not following the Russell. You guys still, like, it's just a rotation. That's all. How do I explain this? The Russell has been incredibly weak today, and tech has been carrying. It's been leaving the market at a pretty like neutral to slightly bullish bias for me. And every time the Russell bottoms with how slow it's been moving, it allows for the overall market to catch a bit of relief, because now we have some we have more stocks in more sectors pushing up at the same time, instead of just relying on a very neutral and mixed Russell and ES and only having tech carrying. Does that make sense? So instead of a neutral choppy market with the Russell kind of, you know, rotating ticks, as soon as RTY and all of the individual stocks inside are showing that they're kind of coming into a low, we now can get a bit of relief because we already had NQ pushing up. So if we have tech names plus, you know, energy and healthcare and financial names all of a sudden also kind of catching a bit of a bottom, we don't need breakouts or large trend momentum to give the market some juice. We just need the Russell to show a low, and we already have some momentum on NQ with tech. So now you have the overall market kind of catching a bit of a relief because it's no longer mixed. We have a bit of what's the word? I don't know. That's all. It's all. Yeah. Confluence. Sure. Yeah, but it's just like that's why we can use like the Russell or NQ as like an oscillator, and then we just trade those little bits of like those little relief bounces, where like we don't need momentum in the sense of like breakout. We just need like enough like RTY stocks to stop selling and catching a small bid in the rotation for a push up on NQ and ES. That's why we could trade off the Russell when it was trading in like a 2-point range earlier today and find like a 50-point range on NQ. Or a 100-point range. I don't remember. Let me go back and look. Let me overlay.
For those that were here yesterday, this kind of end of day trade is literally the exact same. We're holding the same ES area, a little bit lower, but still the look up through VWAP into like 73, literally exact same as yesterday.
Back to our seller on NQ. I need to see us push above this, or this is it. I just risked off one more here. Had our target on ES at the 68.25. I think the Russell might be able to come up a bit more into this supply above at 2010.8 that we were talking about, but just like be aware that this is potentially the top here for RTY. We've now done the full rotation back to our seller. So this could lead to a much more drastic move down if the Russell loses momentum, as NQ is back to our seller as well. You can do, I don't know how to explain this unless you just like are witnessing me talk about it live, but like this is what we are looking at on the Russell today. Oh god, it's doing the glitch. This was the range that the Russell was trading in. We were trading in like a 4-point range. And these were our oscillations for ES. We were just buying off of the 2014.3 and we were risking off into this 23.3 for like a majority of the day. And then when we started to see more weakness up at this high and
So
then the
looking
push
now
down,
to the early market on close imbalance.
this was our bottoming.
Currently sitting at 1.1 billion to the sell side.
Dude. I can't do this with how glitched these charts are. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Never mind. This is supply on RTY. I'm out. I am out. I need to figure out like a good analogy for the relationship between these names so that people will finally understand what I'm talking about. I don't know how many more times I can like say the same thing if it's not translating.
I feel like it's almost like a three-way tug of war. Where like if everyone's pulling in their own direction, you're not going to see much, but the second we see one side let up and push towards the other side, then you're going to have the other two sides pull.
I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's good.
So then, like, it's not about that participant isn't there or where they are, it's just the pressure they're putting on the rope, right?
Yeah, it's just a bit of relief.
Yeah.
But there are different traders trading each index, and they also generally move the same. So what exactly are you saying? I just don't think that that's true whatsoever. I mean, prove to me that what you're saying, Robert.
Well, it's just the fact that, like, yes, there are small traders trading different indices, but the actual size that's being moved is going to be pretty consistent by the same players in the same direction. You know, they're going to be on basically a buy or sell program for the day. And obviously there are like mini battles within that. But like if most people are buying, the second that you're seeing whoever's selling relax, the buyers are going to create that order book imbalance. We're going to move price. Yeah, exactly, Ty. Because it's about the reprieve, not about the direction of pull. If you have two forces counteracting each other.
I don't understand how this is a hard concept to grasp for people. Why did the market immediately just completely tank as soon as the Russell lost momentum? Are we also at NQ supply? And what happens if both NQ and ES... Sorry, at both the Russell and NQ, which is tech heavy, and RTY, which is financials and healthcare heavy, if the entire market, all sectors all of a sudden start selling, what do we think happens with ES? Do we think it chops or do we think it melts? What do we think happens if half the sectors are going up and half the sectors are going down? Well, we probably chop. Right? It's neutral. But if all of our sectors are moving together, all of a sudden, we have a bit of unity, right? Then we have direction. We have momentum. So if we can wait for these little reliefs, if we can find our pivots on RTY, or if we can find our pivots on NQ, and we have a little bit of sector relief bounces in between the normal rotation, all of a sudden, when the names in RTY, our mid and small caps, find a bit of relief in their little rotation that they're doing, and we know that NQ already has momentum, all of a sudden we get a push up on the overall market. Because now more things are going up than down. And then we can play that. That gives us viable edge. Because all of a sudden we will see a immediate relief and bid in the market in a push? Do you want to be playing when the market isn't in sync and is chopping around, or do you want immediate relief and immediate liquidity? We see the Russell found a low and NQ found a low, and we immediately get liquidity. So we now have two edges to play off of. If we understand that supply is above on NQ, and we understand that that 210.8 on the Russell is supply, then we short there and we trade back into where we found liquidity previously. Where have buyers been present on the Russell? Now you have two pivots to play off of. You have a pivot here and you have a pivot here, right? Now you have a range where you need to be risking off and risking on, because we understand that these are areas where we expect either a strong reaction. I don't know. I feel like we're explaining this really well, and like anyone, like you need to like take a step back. Maybe we're not. I mean, if you could just see the reactions over and over again, like I'm not a fucking fortune teller, guys. Like it's you can see it real time. Like I don't know what to tell you.
It's this separation too of viewing some of these like reversion signs, like Russell coming into pivots, as an oscillator and not as a singular entity. Like there are times where we have divergence, and people are really good at playing like tick divergence, and they understand that because it's an oscillator. And just understanding that we can view those rotations as oscillations, and that divergence does not necessarily mean failure of thesis. That it can actually be confirmation of thesis. So just viewing it as you view tick, like so changing your mindset when you go into it might make some of these topics more clear.
Looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 1.1 billion to the sell side.
What's Sam's symbol viewer?
There's a beefcake? Oh. Go to any nice meat raffles this fall time? Yeah, you should, man. That's like the only perk of winter in the Midwest, man. Yeah, of course there is. What do you mean? Should you, me, and Aram all go to a meat raffle? That's a real bonding experience.
And why is TradingView so broken? What is this?
It's a smart idea, Kiz. Kizolf. Something that can help us too if people are struggling on these topics is, I don't know, asking, I don't want to say more direct questions, but I will. Because like Sig said, there's a lot of times where we just repeat ourselves, and obviously if that's not sinking through you, that's not necessarily an error in the way you're taking in the information, but maybe the way we're presenting it. But without like a more direct question, like Ty was really good about that, I think last week. when we were kind of discussing some of these topics. Might have been this week. I think it was last week though. And then was able to kind of have like, yeah, exactly, Ty. It's very, that's correct.
I don't even know if I agree with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just annoyed with all of you at this point. I don't know if I should even talk. But like, is it situational that like when everything comes into a low, the market goes up? Like, no.
No, that isn't. But it's
Like, what are you guys talking about?
The when to watch it.
What?
Like the early
When
signal. Like people are looking because there's an objective signal. Like when things are coming together. But people are getting chopped up and confused when they're not patient for that. So that's not an issue of.
Yeah, I mean that has nothing to do with us. That's them.
No, that's yeah. So, and I think Ty, you were a good example of what I just said. And it's like I said previously, if you view it as an oscillator, I think it can really help because there are times where we have very clear tick divergence and we don't have indices moving with tick, but that's generally a precursor of something to come, right? Like divergence is not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you're not able to fully read the divergence or understand the if-then statement of the divergence.
So today now the Treasury 30-year yield falls below 4%. That's the first time since July. So again, that's the US Treasury 30-year yield below 4%, lowest since July. So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 1.1 billion to the sell side.
I'm gonna blow your minds here.
So some more colour from the CFTC as speculators cutting their net shorts on US long Treasury bonds to 292,980 contracts, that being the smallest since March last year.
What's still on a scale here?
Like 12 minutes left on the day here, guys. Holding POC, yes.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this on TradingView. God, this platform's so shit. Maybe we do this a different way.
So looking now to the market on close imbalance, 4.8 billion to the buy side. So market on close imbalance now selling at 5.8 billion to the buy side now. So again, 5.8 billion to the buy side, market on close imbalance.
All right, so the way that I look at this is we have the market we either have like full momentum and we have a ton of buyers and the entire market is rallying together, or we have like rotations where we have a shift from defensive to growth, right? Or we have like vice versa. And so like if tech is leading on the day and we see that like financials, energy, healthcare, materials, utilities, energy, like those energy sectors and like the healthcare names are usually more of a defensive pick and a defensive positioning. And usually when those are running, we see tech kind of weak. So if all of them are running together, then we know that the market is kind of like looking for more upside. And so if we see divergence, or if we see that we're kind of balanced in a range, we can expect that there's going to be specific sectors that are pushing down while other sectors are going up. If the market is super bullish, we can look at our sectors and see like, oh yeah, like most of things are going up. But what we're seeing here is that what's carrying the market today? XLK, SMH, right? We're seeing a very limited amount of stocks that are basically maintaining this higher low on ES. We have basically like 50 stocks that are keeping the market afloat, that are just way heavier weighted and are technology focused, semi-focused. So if we get all of our sectors to kind of rally together, we get a huge push up and we get a ton of momentum to kind of carry us. But we see that we have like communications, we have industrials, we have materials, we have energy, we have all of these other sectors, we have financials, we have miners. Like these are all down on the day, but not like super down, right? They're mixed. But what we do see is that we have tech, we have semis going up. Do we see that? So on days like this, we can expect, unless XLK, our technology names, are really, really, really carrying us, and we're seeing insane momentum and a ton of liquidity coming into those to drive us up, we should be expecting chop. But we need to accept one thing. The market doesn't just move in a singular direction down or up. We move in rotations that look something like this. And we should expect little bits of relief bounces in these rotations in the overall trend. So if we know that these names are bearish on the day, but we can find pivots of where we could be expecting potential relief in the overall downtrend on these sectors that aren't performing well, while our tech names or whatever sectors are pushing up on the day, right? These also don't just move up in straight lines. So if we can find areas where our names that are pushing the market up are coming into a higher low pivot, and where our sectors are pushing down are coming into a lower low pivot, but are expecting a bit of relief, when these two areas come together, what do you think the market does? Well, it bounces. So I don't care if it's going down. I don't care if it's going up. I care about the areas where I expect relief in both sectors, the ones that are bullish and bearish. Because when that happens, we get confluence in that rotation, and we get a much more drastic move and faster move to the upside. Is everyone on the same page here with this? So in mixed markets where we don't have full sector support and we have our more defensive names bearish on the day, and we have our growth names, like our tech names, leading, we can still find areas where we can expect a relief bounce in the overall market. And what are those areas that we find? Where we can find those, like just some common areas? Well, we can look for VWAP deviations. We can look for our larger nodes on the daily profile. We can look at ADR, which is just our average daily range, right? Like there are areas that we can pinpoint where we expect the market to find some sort of relief because we've sold enough on them. And so if we can find these areas where we can expect relief and then we can watch, all of a sudden we have raised our probability of a large, drastic return to a mean. And then we want to be playing those edges because we have a lot more, our chances of that play, both playing out quicker as well as it becoming, the actionability of it, the chances of like that at actually being actionable and happening when you want it to happen go up tremendously because now we have full market participation. Whereas like if it's a choppy market and you're looking for a bid on, let's say, NQ, and NQ is doing a higher low here, but we're not at a pivotal spot on the Russell, and the Russell's like here, we're going to get probably a slower, choppy market that looks something like this until the Russell comes down into this pivot low. So you just need to be patient and wait for these edges to play. And like if we just trade our node edges on the Russell and wait for these defensive sectors to come into a potential area of relief, and we also see that our tech names are coming down into a higher low area of demand at the same time, that is edge. You can play off of that. And then we just watch the DOM and look for liquidity there. And then we play and we get our larger moves up. Like I don't know what you guys aren't grasping about this. We don't need the market to be in sync. We can use these mini micro rotations in the overall trend as a oscillator or as a potential area of relief where we can just trade up into this and then risk off our position once this has shown it's at like its channel high, right? Like we don't need all of the market to push up at the same time in the sense of like the overall trend to make money on the day. We just need to know where potential bounces will occur. And the reason why we look at the Russell specifically, instead of looking at all these individual sectors, is because it does a very good job at showing when our energy names, our financial names, our healthcare names are coming into that local pivot in a condensed format. Whereas NQ shows our technology names very well coming into that pivot. So if we can focus on where the Russell is kind of showing those little bit of relief rallies in the overall trend, that's all we need. And then we just look at our higher time frame zones to kind of determine where price is going and if we should be risking off or not. Was that helpful to you guys, or was that just useless? Is like there shouldn't be I shouldn't be able to just look and find these two pivots and know that the market's topping and bottoming. But we can, and I do it on a daily basis by just using common sense.
China's iPhone ban accelerates across the government, according to state firms. Sorry, just to repeat there. China's iPhone ban accelerates across the government and state firms.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I tried my best.
Until you guys get it, it'll be like, oh, I'm an idiot.
US data coming out at the top of the hour.
Full retrace. Holy cows. Look at this Microsoft candle and Apple. What an OPEX. Alright, friends. Good Friday. First Good Friday in a while. Even got Sig fired up at the end there. That means it's a really good Friday.
I don't know, man.
Oh boy. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully everybody had a good day. For new members, those who are still hanging out, I understand a lot of this material can be new to you, so please feel free to send me a DM if you need resources or have questions on things. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week. God, probably we'll see how next week is, but we're coming into Christmas time. I might slow down again, and then we'll hit the new year really
Nasdaq
hard.
100 closes at a record for the first time since November 2021.
So yeah, goodbye, my friends. I will see you on Monday.
And the S&P 500 rises for the 7th week, the longest streak since 2017.
Well, more you guys listen, and for those that are like new in the YouTube chat, we have full classes going over sector rotations and the shifts, like the understanding of like defensive names to growth names and all of that. But like, that's on like the larger scale. All I'm talking about is just like where we expect micro bounces. Like you don't need, I've said this over and over and over and over again, but you don't need large breakouts to make money in this market. You just need to be able to find where these areas of relief are most likely going to take place and then trade around those areas. And it's like, okay, well, that's great to say, right? But like, how can we find them? Well, it's like, okay, well, let's look at our structure, right? Because if the market is an auction and we believe that there's an area, we believe in seller value and buyer value, and that the market is going to range and trade around these nodes. If we understand that concept and we believe in order flow and we believe in the market kind of like finding its own value, right? And determining what's fair value and rotating around these nodes to these areas of value, well, then we can easily find areas where we should be interested in by looking at our structure, right? By both looking at our market profile and our volume profile. They tell you where value has been found previously. And we just rotate around those areas. So we just look for relief there. And if we can find areas where like our names that are lagging on the day, right? Like our Russell, for example, names have been lagging a lot recently, where like energy and financials have been struggling a bit compared to tech kind of pushing up. And like if we can find areas where energy and financials and healthcare are coming into those local pivots on their individual names, and tech is also still maintaining higher lows, as long as like that momentum is still there on tech names, we can get an overall market push and be able to make money off of that if we can find a local pivot on the names that were lagging that coincide with our tech names, right? Like the market pushes up. And because we don't have as many names selling off in those other sectors that were bearish at the time, the market is going to get a more acceleration to the upside because you have less holding it back, and vice versa, right? So all we're looking for, and what I talk about mostly on these days, like
Apple shares fall 0.8% post-market,
when I'm doing this
closed lower
commentary,
by 0.3%.
we're just finding like the higher probability areas of value for both our lagging sectors and our leading sectors, and then we're just trying to find the areas where we think that there will be confluence between all three, or all of our sectors in general, right? Where are we going to find the most sectors finding relief at a given point? And when that happens, we want to know about it, first of all, but we also want to be trading around that area. And the same thing goes for when the sector that's been carrying the market is into supply, right? Which is like NQ into this pivot. We understand where seller value is. And so like if on that relief bounce in the Russell, we get to a point where we know there's a seller there on a higher time frame, and we know that NQ is also at an area on a higher time frame where there's a seller. If both of those two things come together at the same time, come to that point at the same time, we can expect a much more drastic push to the downside. And we don't need to chop around because now we have the full all of our sectors also selling off at the same point, right? So instead of slow grind down where we have a neutral to slightly bearish market where some of the names are going up and some of the names are going down, we have everything coming into supply at the same time, which creates a much more aggressive and accelerated position directionally. And these pivots aren't hard to find. Is that helpful, or am I just like talking to myself? I don't know. It's just you need to go out of your way and look for these relationships yourself. You need to see how things move, and you need to be able to create a narrative in your head of like, okay, this is what's moving on the day. And until I see...
The Dow registers record closing high for the third straight day.
You guys gonna talk over me for the rest of my life. And like, if we can see that like Apple's been pushing the market up, and every time that Apple comes into a bit of a sell, that the market shows a bit of weakness, it's like, oh, okay, well then we can probably watch Apple's pivots or NQ's pivots, these higher weighted names inside NQ, right? Like Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Google, like that. These are the things, like the names that we can watch. Amazon. We can either create individual underlying like a 6-pane or something like that and find our pivots, or we can just look at the overall indice that has these names in it and then just watch how they rebalance.
ECB's Nagel says German export demand and private consumption is weak.
And like, if you can't find confluence, if you can't find areas where the Russell is showing a low, or like, we're just kind of like slowly chopping, don't trade it, right? Like, it's that easy. Wait for these things to come into these positions, these levels.
ECB's Nagel says German inflation slowdown is good news. Like, you just need to go back and you need to start watching. You need to start watching these relationships play out.
I have been looking at these names for years, and so I have a pretty good, like, solid grasp of what is moving the market and what's not, and I can spot it pretty early on in the day, and then I just really hone in on watching, like, oh, okay, when the Russell finds this bottom here, and we know that
ECB's
text leading in
Nagel
the
says
day,
the
we should be
ECB
expecting
has
more
reached
upside
rate
because there's
plateau
less
with a high
friction to keep us
likelihood.
down, keep us behind. And once you start to, like, understand just that as a general concept of, I think Mario's definition of, like, the three-way tug
And
of war
ECB's Nagel
is
says
perfect.
it's too early to consider ECB rate cuts.
Hopefully you guys start to grasp that, but, like, think about it where you have a person pulling from this end, you have a person pulling from this end, you have a person pulling from this end. What happens if all of a sudden this person is also pulling from this side? Well, we're going to probably go this way, right? A bit faster and with a little bit more confidence. Like, it's really that simple. So instead of chopping around in a rotation like this, if we have multiple sectors now moving together, right, it creates more force for the move to then break out and go up. Just as if we have more sectors all of a sudden coming into supply, they're going to then break to the downside, and we'll have a more forceful move down. It's just watching those areas and playing around with that narrative. And, like, from our Monday class, like, we looked at these developing POCs as areas of interest, where we're watching RTY. Like, the Russell is just like, this does not need to be complicated. This is our indicator on a 1 minute chart showing you that we had buyer demand here. And we had seller supply here. This is no drawings. This is just showing you that this is where buyers were interested, where we pushed price up, we swept through, we created a imbalance. We've now labeled this imbalance. This was also our ADR. So this is an area where we expect a lot of relief in our sectors here, because we have gotten to a point in the sell where we have shifted from overvalued, right, from this buy, to now we have reverted back down to
ECB's
where
Nagel
buyer
says the
demand
German
is
inflation
again.
outlook has significantly improved.
And we should be expecting a bounce back up. So, like, that's it. That's the concept. If we see that this is in an area where we expect an inflection, right? Great. Well, then price is probably going to go up. We'll probably bottom out. The market doesn't just move in one direction down on the smaller time frames. We get lots of little micro moves in the rotations. But, like, this is a higher time frame area of value, and it's also our daily range low. So, like, we should be expecting relief here. And that leads to larger moves to the upside, because all of a sudden we don't have RTY selling off. We have it pushing up. And at the same time, we have NQ coming back down to retest its lows in that same rotation. So NQ has been able to hold higher lows and then maintain a double bottom, while the Russell came down back to value and then pushed out. Do we see how that rotation, where NQ is just chopped around, whilst the Russell came down to an area of value that was much steeper, and then bounced and then pushed, and then we got a larger move? But, like, the overall trend is up, and as soon as we stop getting that friction, right, that downside pressure, we are then able to get a larger move up that didn't create as much noise. We can go and look at ES, the same thing. And ES is a solid mix of both tech as well as like financial and energy and healthcare names. So we don't even need to look at ES. We're looking at NQ and RTY to let us know if ES is going to get a large move up. And as soon as Russell finds a low and we know that tech already has momentum, we're just looking for NQ to double bottom there, and then for the Russell to get the reaction we want into value. As long as buyers are interested in the area that we think they're going to be, and NQ is still maintaining momentum on the day, all of a sudden, instead of chopping and slowly melting down, we now have the full market pushing up for relief. This is how we trade 90% of the time, and why we're able to maintain such high win rates is because we don't wait. We wait until the market shows it wants to have relief. We just wait till value, and then we execute. If you're trading when the Russell's still falling to the downside and NQ is chopping around or not showing that that extraordinary momentum to the upside, you're going to have a really hard time taking high probability trades because the market isn't even sure where it's going. If you are patient and wait for these areas of value, then all of a sudden your probability of trade success goes up quite a bit. Because now you have 90% of the market also telling you that the market's going to go up. Was this a better explanation? Showing it via RTY, ES, and Q at the end, just like our local pivots? I don't know, man. You just need to go look for yourself and like watch. There's only so much I can teach you and like tell you without you having to like actually go and like apply it. You just have to like see the patterns for yourself and then like trade it one day, and then all of a sudden you're gonna be like, oh shit, it's true. And then you'll be profitable. I don't know. It's Friday. I'm done. Hope you guys have a great weekend. If you have questions, DM me, please.